It was my first Halloween on Hamby Street, and I was raring to go. I just moved into the neighborhood the week before, and I was hoping to meet some of the kids on the street as I filled my bag with treats. Mom hadn't set out to move this close to Halloween, but when your dad decides he needs the house for his mistress and her kids, you have to pick up and go pretty quickly. The court had made him buy Mom out of half the house, but that wasn't too difficult for him. We had found a very nice house on Hamby Street, packed with families and little cracker box houses, but unpacking hadn't left me a lot of time to make friends. So now, standing on the front stoop in my homemade ghost costume, I was ready to find some friends. The costume had been last minute. My mom had honestly forgotten about it in the move, and when I had reminded her an hour ago, she had realized there was no time to buy one. So, hunting around, she found some old sheets, cut a couple of eye holes, and there we go. Classic ghost costume. It looked kind of lame next to the superheroes and cartoon characters that were tromping up and down the street, but I liked it. It reminded me of Charlie Brown from the storybook that I had on my bookshelf, and as I set out, I wondered if someone might actually give me a rock. I didn't get a rock, but I did get a lot of looks from those around me. I'd expected some laughs, maybe some questions about why I didn't have a real costume, but what I got was something between fear and scorn. People stepped out of my way. The adults looked down at me with disbelief, and a lot of the kids looked scared. I had to look at the front of the sheet a couple of times to make sure that there weren't any stains or something. No one wanted to talk to me. Most of the children turned away from me, and the people at the houses refused to give me candy. They slammed the door in my face almost immediately, some of them telling me that I should be ashamed of myself before doing it. That's how I came to be sitting on the sidewalk, trying not to cry, and wondering why I had bothered to come out at all. I had met no one. I'd made 0 friends, and I felt like I should have just gone home an hour ago. So when the group of other kids in ghost costumes walked down the street, they were pretty easy to spot. There were 5 of them, their ghost costumes looking dirty and ragged, and as they walked like a line of spooky ducklings, the crowd parted for them as well. They didn't stop at any of the houses, they didn't speak to anyone, they just kept making their way up the street like an arrow fired from a bow. I felt drawn to follow them for some reason. To this day, I can't say why. Maybe I felt some kind of kinship, or maybe it was the way people treated them. But regardless, I got up, and I ran to catch them, my shoes slapping the concrete as I went. The other kids watched me go with genuine concern, but I didn't care much. These kids seemed to have made the same mistake I had, and it seemed like it was better to be an outcast as a group than it was to be alone. Hey, wait up! I called, the 5 ghosts utterly ignoring me as we went along. We walked in our now 6 ghost line, and I began attempting to make conversation with them. They looked to be about my age, or at least my height, and they all carried brightly colored candy bags that were in the same sorry shape as their costumes. They were mud-spattered, ripped in places, and the kid in front of me had shoes with a sole coming loose. His left sole slapped at the pavement, going whap, whap, whap. And I wondered what sort of costumes these were. Were they some kind of zombie ghost or something? Next to my clean white sheet, they looked downright grimy, and I wondered why their parents had let them leave the house like this. Where are we going? I finally asked, all of them leaving my neighborhood as we turned a corner and headed into a less crowded street. I promised my mom I wouldn't go too far, and I don't know the streets real well. They ignored me, but I wouldn't have long to wander. I'd seen the house before, Mom and I staring at it as we'd driven into town. It stood out, the grass long, the fence ragged, but the house was the centerpiece of the unkempt space. It's probably once been a very nice one-story house. But it looked like someone had pelted it with eggs or dirt or both. And the owner hadn't bothered to clean it off. The windows were boarded up, the shingles hung raggedly from the roof, and someone had sprayed "Killer" across the garage door in big red letters. It was impossible not to notice, and I realized too late that it was our destination. Are we trick-or-treating there? I don't even think anyone lives there. They didn't say anything, but I realized I was wrong a few minutes later. I could see a light peeking from a crack in one of the boarded-up windows, and as the ghosts arrived on the sidewalk, it was suddenly covered by a shadow. The ghosts did not approach the house. They didn't even come off the sidewalk. They just stood there, bags in hand, and stared at the house. The shadow moved away from the opening a few times, but it always came back in short order. It was a fitful thing, moving away only to come back quicker and quicker to check that ghosts were still there. I kept turning to look at them, asking what we were doing and receiving no answer. The ghost kids just stood and stared, boring into the house with their dark circle eyes. I think that was when I really got a good look at them. Their sheets weren't just grimy, they were covered in muddy tracks. Some of the stains looked like they could be blood, but the worst was the bare stretch of leg beneath the sheets. The skin on those legs, they were cut and bleeding, purple, bruised, and the arms were in a similar state of abuse. The eyes were the worst. Looking out from the open holes were darkened eyes that were purple with rings. The kids looked like they had gone 10 rounds with a professional boxer, and the part that usually had color was pitch black and unblinking. These kids weren't interested in candy. They were out for something else. I had opened my mouth to ask them why they were just standing here when the door suddenly opened and a man in dirty, sweat-stained clothes came weaving out. He wore sweatpants and a tank top, and his bare feet looked like he had bumped them enough times to break every toe on him. He was thin to the point of being skeletal, and the clothes hung off him like rags. I worried at first they might be drunk, weaving and pivoting across the yard, but the closer he got, the more I came to understand that he was stone sober. He wasn't stumbling. He was afraid. And it took everything he had to approach the ghost kids. "What do you want?" he stammered, his foot catching on something in the tall grass. Why do you torment me?" The grass was so tall that you could hear the dry husks scraping across his pants. But if it bothered him, or the 5 other little ghosts, it never showed. "Haven't I suffered enough? The town won't let me forget. My ex-wife won't let me forget. And now you return every Halloween to remind me of my mistakes? Why? Why? Just leave me alone. Haven't I suffered enough?" He stumbled again, his foot catching hard this time. And when he bumped into me, he barely missed being knocked down. That's when he realized I was something else. He looked at me in disbelief, but it quickly turned to rage. He lunged forward, grabbing me and shaking me as I tried to articulate something, anything, that would make him stop. He was hurting me, my head snapping back and forth as he shook, and I couldn't make a sound as he tried to shake me to death. You aren't one of them. There were only 5 of them. There's always been 5 of them. Why are you here? Why are you tormenting? Why are you... Something hit him in the face, and he fell back in the grass, clutching at his cheek. Something wet, sticky, rolled down his neck. And I had a moment of fear as I wondered if it might be his eye. It wasn't. I saw that when he pulled his hand away. When the second one hit him, I saw it was an egg, as a third and a fourth joined in. "Get off him, you killer! Haven't you killed enough kids already?" I turned to see 3 kids on the opposite sidewalk. A carton of eggs between their feet and their hands already throwing more. The man scuttled backwards, shielding his face as he went, and disappeared into the grass as more eggs came pelting in. I heard the crunch of old weeds. It was followed by the slam of a door. And when I heard sneakers coming towards me, I put a hand up in case the eggs came flying my way. "You okay, kid?" I looked up to find a Power Ranger, the red one, extending his hand to help me up. That was Ryan, someone who'd later become my best friend over the next few days. "Yeah," I said, accepting the hand up. I looked over to where the other ghosts had been, but they were all gone. I suppose they'd gotten what they came for. "Oh, let me help you with that," he said, taking the sheet off and folding it a little as he draped it around me. After a few minutes of fussing with it, his friends came over to help. He had made a halfway decent toga out of it. His friends, soon to be my friends too, Rob and Patrick, agreed that it looked a lot better, though it clashed with their Power Ranger costumes badly. "Hey, you're the kid that just moved in on Hamby, right?" Ryan asked. "I'm Ryan, it's Patrick, and Robert. Just Rob," he insisted as he waved. They invited me to come with them, chucking another dozen or so eggs at the house that the man had scuttled back into. They didn't seem angry about it. They did it like it was an expected chore and almost seemed bored. They left the trash in the yard before picking up their bikes and walking back the way I'd come towards the happy sounds of our active street. "Why'd you guys egg his house anyway?" I asked. The 4 of us passing more kids on their way with eggs. "Did he do something to you?" I expected them to laugh or maybe act proud of what they'd done, but they just shrugged. It was a look I sometimes saw on people who were voting or going about volunteer work. Bored, but certain of their actions. And it was something that was hard to make sense of at the age of 10. "We egg his house every year. Everyone does. No one likes Horace Jenkins, but especially not on Halloween." "Why?" I asked, still confused. "The same reason I bet no one's giving you candy. No one wears ghost costumes, after what he did." "But what did he do?" I said, starting to get aggravated. Ryan turned like he was going to yell at me for being stupid, but seemed to remember I was new. So it was probably about 15 years ago, way before we were born. Horace Jenkins was the owner of some company, something that was doing well around here, but it didn't make people like him. Horace Jenkins, from what my dad says, was a mean man. He didn't treat people right. He was rude, he didn't support the community, but he was rich, so people let him stay. One Halloween night about 15 years ago, he was coming home drunk from a party, one that he'd been with a rich friend of his, and, he ran over 5 kids. One's in ghost costumes. He was all over the news. People knew he did it, but he got some hotshot lawyer who got him out without jail time. They claimed the kids had been running across the road, they claimed Horace hadn't actually been drunk, and they cast a lot of doubt and made a lot of deals. At least, that's what Dad says. Afterward, Horace tried to pay the families off, but they wouldn't take the money. No one in town would take his money. No one would work for his company. He lost all of it when his wife left him. She took his house, his cars, his kids, and he was left with that little house, and I guess not much else. The people here let him live in the house, but they let him know that we haven't forgotten. After the accident, it was considered kind of disrespectful to wear ghost costumes anymore, and that's why no one does it. They didn't know you were the new kid on the block, they just thought you were being mean. And, now you know better. Hey, Caesar? Caesar became my nickname after that. And my makeshift toga got me a lot of candy before the streetlights went out. I spent some time afterward trading candy with my new friends and promising to see him at school the next day. I still live in that town some 20 years later, and it's still considered a tradition to go egg Horace Jenkins' house. Yeah, he's still alive. An old codger of 79. And I've realized the town keeps him around as a warning. Working for the bank, come to find that Horace Jenkins has no money, no assets, and not a penny to his name. But his taxes are paid. His power and water bills are paid. Food's left on his doorstep once a week to sustain him. I mean, it's nothing gourmet. Basics are good enough for him. But it keeps him alive and living in a house that's slowly rotting around him. Once a year, someone spray paints killer on the garage door. And once a year, we all throw eggs and dirt clods at his house to remind him that he tried to cheat his way out of 5 lives. The law may have exonerated him, but the town does not forget, and it doesn't forgive. Sometimes when my friends and I throw our eggs at that sagging wreck, I think I see 5 little ghosts on the sidewalk staring at the house. The house of the man who murdered him. Sometimes while I throw my eggs at the temple of hatred, I wish Horace Jenkins would live 1,000 years. And then I remember. Those ghost kids will be waiting for him. And that brings me some comfort.
"Have a good night, sweetie. We'll be back after midnight," my mom said. "Don't forget we left extra candy in the basement in case you run out." "I know, you told me like 6 times. Just go, have fun, I'll be fine." They gave me one last worried look. As a 15-year-old, I had only been left home alone on rare occasions. My dad was giving me a distrustful sideways glance as if he didn't believe in my ability to remember basic instructions. Reluctantly, they began to descend the front steps and walk towards the car, wearing their couple's grease costumes. They were going to a Halloween party, which made what my dad said next slightly ironic. Okay, we're going. Remember, no parties, no girls, no drinking or drugs. Do lots of drugs, have unprotected sex, invite people over, get drunk. Got it, thanks." I shut the door behind them and was left alone. Mercifully, finally, peacefully alone. If you've ever been 15 years old, maybe you'll remember that wonderful feeling when your parents finally go out for the night and leave you alone to your own devices. It's magical. The sun had recently set and it was dark outside on the moonless night. Trick-or-treaters would be out soon, coming to the door in droves. It was my first night handing out candy, and I made sure to turn the porch light on so kids knew it was all right to come to the door. It was kind of exciting to be on this side of things for a change. I could eat as much candy as I wanted all night long while watching scary movies and playing video games. I had several horror flicks on my Netflix playlist ready to go. I tried to decide what to watch first: The Babysitter, Scary Movie, or The Ring. The night was still young, and I decided I didn't feel like committing to a movie just yet, so I sat down on my dad's comfortable faux leather recliner with a bowl of Halloween candy in my lap and pulled out my phone. I figured I'd watch new TikToks, then pick up a movie after that. I opened the app with one finger while nimbly unwrapping a Reese's cup with my remaining digits. The video which popped up on my feed was dark, difficult to make out. It looked like the person recording it was in a forest. Then I saw concrete stairs and the familiar-looking wooden boards of a deck or a porch. I almost scrolled past it. But then I noticed the deck looking familiar. As did the front door in the video. Ding dong, ding dong! I paused the clip. The Reese's cup remained uneaten in my hand. I put it up to my lips to take a bite, thinking the kids outside would wait a minute. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. I got up from my chair. A piece of candy still whole and stalked angrily to the door. Damn kids couldn't just wait a minute. They'll break the doorbell if they keep attacking it like that. Swinging the door open, ready to yell at the brats, I looked down to see there was absolutely nobody there. Glancing around, I saw there was no trick-or-treaters anywhere nearby. No other houses were decorated either, I noticed for the first time. Mine was the only one. It was pitch black outside. The porch light had apparently burnt out within the last few minutes, since it had been working when I saw my parents off for the night. I closed the door and I walked back to the recliner. My heartbeat now ticking just a little faster in my chest. Sitting down, I felt like I couldn't relax. My muscles were tense and stiff. A floorboard creaked above me from the second floor, and I jumped and told myself that I was being foolish. It was probably just kids outside playing tricks. Leaned back in the recliner, and I tried to breathe. We had moved into that house that summer, and it still felt strange and new to me. I had to get used to its quirks, the wheezing, moaning noises it made in the dead of night, sounding ghostly and possessed. The whistling eaves and rattling shutters which sealed off the attic, sounding like bones shaking in the wind sometimes, or like muffled screams. Holding my phone in my hand again, I unpaused the TikTok I'd been watching. It had been close to the end of the video. The camera panned upwards, and I saw the person raising a black-gloved finger up to press a doorbell. Ding dong! Ding dong! The familiar sound rang out through my cell phone speaker. In the video, nobody came to the door. They began to press the bell again and again and again, faster and faster and faster. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It was too similar for me not to notice the coincidence. It sounded like what had just happened at my own front door just moments before, although it was possible I was mistaken. Looking down in the bottom left corner of the screen, I saw it was a user who was unknown to me. The title of the video was Halloween Takeover. It had just been posted a couple minutes before. Another creaking noise could be heard above me from the second floor, this time sounding more distinctly like footsteps bending the squeaky wooden floorboards. My heart began to pound faster and harder. I could feel it in my jugular and in my temple. My throat and mouth were dry. I felt anxious and panicked, more and more with each passing second. With a trembling finger, I scrolled up on my TikTok feed, getting rid of the video and moving on to something else, anything else. It had just been a coincidence, nothing more. I refused to acknowledge the possibility of it being something more sinister. That was next to impossible, right? The following video was a live feed, I noticed. Had the previous one been one as well? I wasn't sure. It seemed highly possible it could have been, and I just hadn't noticed. As it played, I noticed the familiar look of the person recording, looking at their black-shoed feet and the shadowy grass. Then suddenly they were standing on the stone tile porch at someone's back door. Someone else's house, I hoped, holding my breath. But those stone tiles looked very familiar, just like the wooden deck in the previous video had. This time there was no doorbell, so they knocked with a heavy fist. Bang, 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 bang. Jumping up from my seat, I heard the sound coming out of the back door for a few moments before I heard it on the app, as if there was a slight delay as it traveled through the cellular network. There's no doubting it. They were at my back door. The same person who was recording the TikTok was outside my house. Feeling suddenly full of righteous indignation, I ran to the back door to give the asshole a piece of my mind. It was probably some punk kid from my school trying to mess with me. I was pissed off they had gotten me so good. Swinging open the back door with a stinging retort ready on my lips, I looked outside into the night and saw... Once again, there was nobody there. I stepped out on my bare feet, walking onto the grass and looking around for the person responsible. The door hung open behind me and I paid no attention to it as I yelled out into the night. Hey! Hey, I know what you're doing! You don't scare me, asshole! Alright, come and get me! The last statement was one that I would come to regret. Going back inside, I closed the door and locked it behind me. From where I stood, the stairs to the basement were just to the right, the stairs to the main floor straight ahead. The darkness down to my right teased me with its unknown horrors and the possibilities of what lurked within it, drenched in blackness as it was. But I ignored it and went up to the main floor, shuddering and closing the basement door behind me as quickly as I possibly could, feeling as if something would grab my ankle with a cold hand if I lingered for too long. There was a flimsy steel chain lock on the door, separating the main floor from the rear exit and from the cold dampness of the basement. We never used it, but this time I slotted it into position with my hands shaking badly. At least it would offer a modicum of security, but from what? That I still didn't know. It was beginning to occur to me that it wasn't necessarily a kid from my class doing this. Could be anyone, could be a murderer. My knees buckled slightly as that thought crossed my mind. I went back to the living room and took a deep breath before sitting down in the recliner. Holding the phone in my hands, I debated calling my parents. I thought about how it would sound if I did. Hi, Mom. I was on TikTok. I saw a scary video. They rang the doorbell in the video, and then our doorbell rang a second later. And there was nobody there, and then somebody knocked at the back door, and there was nobody there, and... I sounded delusional. Paranoid. They'd come home, and she would say to my dad, I guess you were right. He really isn't ready to be home alone by himself, maybe next year. There's no way I was going to let that happen. Whoever it was, I could handle him. Getting up, I went down the hall to my room to grab my baseball bat. And as soon as I got there, I had it in my hands, and the lights went out. The entire house was suddenly completely dark. Eerily quiet. Lacking all machine noise. And of course, I had left my cell phone in the living room. With the bat in my hand, I started to feel my way along the wall, finding the doorway and going out of the room into the hallway. The entire house was quiet, dark, and empty as far as I could tell. But then, why did I keep hearing the soft squeak of footsteps above me, coming from the second floor? That decided it for me. I was going to call the police as soon as I got back to my phone. Slowly moving through the blackened space, I felt for the edges of the walls until I was in the kitchen, then moved past the locked basement door, feeling a sense of disquiet as I did so, as if there was someone just on the other side. When I was right up against the basement door, I heard the sound of the knob turning, and goosebumps ran up my spine and covered my entire body. They were inside the house. The flimsy chain would only hold back just the barest effort, judging by the looks of it. I didn't have much time. Whoever was on the other side of that door was not a kid from my school. I had a very strong feeling about that. They sounded angry and insistent as they turned the knob back and forth and began to hammer and bang on the door. It rattled and shook in its frame. Running as fast as I could, no longer caring if I hurt myself at this point, I ducked out of the kitchen and over my seat to where I left my phone. My intention was to grab it and call 911, but I didn't even get the chance. A loud crash echoed through my house, and I heard the sound of footsteps on the second floor, clearly now running towards the stairs that led to the ground floor. There was more than one of them in the house. My phone was blinking from where it lay on the recliner's armrest. I ran over to it in the pitch-black darkness, bashing my shins against the leg of a dining chair on the way. I finally reached it and unlocked it, just as I heard the basement door creak open with a loud bang. The only thing I could think to do at that moment was to turn on the flashlight. I needed to see what the hell I was dealing with. Luckily, I got it on quickly using a shortcut from the home screen, and it turned on, casting the room in a harsh white light. Walking over to the broken door, I saw there was nobody behind it. No culprit who could have caused the damage. My phone dinged, and I looked at the screen to see that I'd received a text message from someone. A link to a TikTok. Sorry about your door, a voice was saying in the video. It sounded ghostly. Do you have any more candy? Bag in the basement was mostly Tootsie Rolls and licorice. I hate licorice. My parents opened the door and found me shaking in the recliner. All the lights turned off, staring at my phone, watching that same video over and over. It was our basement, our candy stash. Really? You sat here all night with the lights off, eating candy and watching TikTok on your phone? My mom asked incredulously. We're gonna have to talk about cutting back on your phone time. I would have thought you would at least give out candy to kids, maybe watch a scary movie, something. My dad sounded a bit upset, but I was barely registering what he was saying. My mom was going down to the basement, I realized with a start. Mom, don't go down there, I yelled. But it was too late. Yep, ate all the candy down here too. You were in so much trouble, mister. I thought you didn't even like Tootsie Rolls. And that was the night that I learned that ghosts are real. And that once a year on Halloween, they return to their earthly homes, to the places where they spent their fondest days. Our family had purchased that house from a couple who was downsizing after their kids passed away in a freak accident on a school trip. The son apparently loved TikTok. He loved playing pranks on people. And also, he really loved candy. Just not licorice, I guess. The daughter usually played upstairs in her room, was quiet, didn't cause any trouble. Greg and Alice, that was their names. Found out from my parents, who had found out from the neighbors. They found out some other details too, other past owners of the house, some more controversial than others. It's not Greg and Alice who keep me up at night on Halloween, terrified to sleep. It's the other one. The one Greg told me about. He's up in the attic. That's why it was boarded up, he whispered to me in the darkness after my parents had gone to sleep. I didn't find out how scary he was until I crossed the veil. I can see him up there, waiting. Just don't ever unlock those doors or open those blinds. All he needs is a little breathing room, and he'll be out of there next Halloween. And you do not want to run into him. There's a reason he was locked up there to begin with. Halloween will be here again soon. It's just a couple of weeks. And my dad just decided to start renovations on the attic. The shutters are off for the first time in decades. The door's hanging wide open. He did it while I was at school. We gotta let it air out, my dad told me with an unrecognizable grin, looking very much unlike himself. We gotta let it breathe.
I planned a Halloween party for Saturday night. I've always loved October. It's a shame I don't drink or like pumpkin-flavored things, and recently I've sworn to get more into the spirit of the season. I got some of the best bad horror movies, decorations from the dollar store, and some of those pumpkin sugar cookies. I invited all of my friends for a casual night to get into the Halloween spirit. No one showed up, which is understandable. We're all adults with busy lives and all. I could eat 10 boxes of cookies without getting sick of them. I did feel a little hurt when I saw a post of a handful of friends dressed up at a bar. I said they could drink, but I wouldn't. I shook it off, telling myself I didn't care. I was going to be the guy watching horror movies alone the weekend before Halloween. I didn't do a totally lame thing like buying pumpkins to carve and a fleece frog onesie as a costume. I mean, I'm an adult, like my friends who went to the bar to party. I may have been a little bit bitter, I guess. This small get-together was also meant to be a sort of housewarming. You know, I finally got to the point in my life where I could afford rent and food, and I got a small townhouse, loving that I no longer had roommates neglecting their chores or clogging the toilet. The fact I could afford all this was a miracle. I wonder if my friends thought that I was showing off a little. I almost didn't feel like it, but I put on a movie after sunset. Watching a bad slasher wasn't the same without friends. I tossed on 13 Ghosts because I remembered that scared me the last time I watched it. Turns out I was a big baby back then. Some of the short horror videos on YouTube were more frightening than any of the movies I'd picked out for the night. I considered going to bed early, calling the entire thing a bust, then someone showed up. I heard something out in the backyard. Animals often got through the gate to go through my trash, just small things like raccoons or possums. I started to put my food scraps out for them in a dish so that they wouldn't rip apart my trash. I know I shouldn't feed wild animals. They're going to get to the food either way. It just saves me from cleaning up a torn bag in the morning. I like taking photos of the nighttime visitors, too. They normally showed up later in the evening, causing me to wonder just what was in the yard. The glare of the light on the glass door kept me from seeing much. I opened the door a crack to peek outside. The sounds I assumed to be an animal got louder. I strained to hear. It was as if someone was whispering. Was it the neighbors in their yard? I didn't see a soul outside. The mental image of someone peeking over the fence made the back of my neck prickle. Something fell off the counter in the kitchen. I'm man enough to admit I screamed like a girl. My heart thudded hard against my chest. I thought someone had broken in, and not that a box of cereal had fallen off the counter. I turned my back to open the door to look across the room to see what had fallen. My first floor was just an open space, so I could see the kitchen area from where I stood by the back door. I confirmed it was just a box falling over, then closed the door. Oddly enough, the whispering stopped. All right. No more scary movies for me that night. Okay, one more. But Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is a Halloween classic, not a movie that could add to my unnerved mental state. I'm also man enough to admit I kept all the lights on that night. I didn't care about an increased electric bill. I wouldn't like a shadow person to get me while I walked up the stairs in the dark, thank you very much. This is a normal and reasonable precaution. As I watched a childhood classic, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I needed a snack. Something to take my mind off things. I wisely invested in a chest freezer. It was cheaper to buy in bulk and freeze things later after all. It wasn't smart keeping your chest freezer in the unfinished part of your basement for when you wanted ice cream. I stood at the top of the stairs, my mind playing tricks on me. I flipped on the light before I even looked down into the basement, fearing seeing the darkness staring back. I hadn't put much down there. The side of the basement from the top of the stairs really looked like an abyss with the lights off. An intrusive thought came to mind. That if I turned the light off to stare down, something would stare back up at me. I scoffed at such a stupid idea. To prove myself wrong, I flicked off the light. Surely, I was alone. No one else here, not at all. A set of red eyes pierced through the abyss, landing on my own. Nope, no. I flicked the light back on, my heart racing. I mentally cursed myself, hating the fact that one horror movie got me seeing things. To again prove myself wrong, I turned the light off. Do you know those movies that kill off a character at the start, to set the tone? I would have been one of those characters. Even the eyes in the dark seemed disappointed in my stupidity. I was moving the moment they were. I heard a cackling laughter and heavy footsteps racing up the stairs. The front door was so close by, I felt something tear through the back of my costume. I didn't have time to get out. The 2 seconds unlocking the door meant my death. Instead, I ducked inside the small bathroom right beside my freedom. I slammed the door on a set of long, dark fingers. I screamed trying to get the door fully closed. By sheer luck, the intruder pulled their fingers away so I could lock the door. Whatever was on the other side banged against the wood, laughing in a raspy voice that made my skin crawl. The doorknob wiggled. I tightened my hands around it, praying that it would hold. Finally, the noise died down. The thing was still out there. I was trapped. No cell phone, no food. Not even a window to crawl through. I knew whatever monster I now faced could break down the door. It was just playing with me. Why don't you end this quickly? You don't want to starve to death in there, do you? The thing whispered on the other side of the door. I'd die of thirst first, I corrected. Well, there was a sink in here. I would starve to death. No wonder that monster cornered me so easily. I studied my ripped frog suit. Could it be fixed? This thing cost a lot of money, after all. Why are you even here? No one ever said the place was haunted, I asked. I hoped that the longer I spoke with the monster, the less frightening it would become. Exposure therapy and all that. Oh, I think you're well aware of your past sins. This kind of pain was coming to you one way or another. The doorknob wiggled, making a chill go down my back. Nope, this thing would be scary no matter how long I heard it speak. But what sins is it talking about? I scanned my brain, desperately trying to think of anything it was referring to. Sure, I did give a coworker a little bit of a mean nickname, but never to his face. It was only after he was a dick to me for an entire year, and after he made such a huge mess we needed to stay for overtime for a week to clean up. I also only tipped the DoorDash driver $9 in my last order instead of $13. Okay, what else? If you admit to what you've done, I'll be gentle when I eat your heart out while you're still alive, the voice whispered. I don't think that's possible, but thank you for the offer, I said, voice shaking a little. A small sound came from behind the door. It was a mixture of a snort and an annoyed hiss. Okay, what else have I done? Said I was going to donate to the local shelter, but I haven't gotten to it yet? I mean, was this because I didn't have change for the man by the bus? Did I not tell a cashier to have a good day? I'm not a perfect person. I'll never say that, but I've never gone out of my way to hurt someone. I mean, if I somehow did, I'll do my best to make it up to them. Maybe my easygoing personality made me a bit of a doormat, huh? What a way to figure out your own friends don't care enough to show up for a party. I'm glad they didn't, so they wouldn't have to deal with the monster that was losing patience with me. I don't think you've earned an easy death. I was going to be kind. You wouldn't even consider my simple request. Tell me your sins. Explain to me why someone hated you enough to request my assistance. The voice got more intense with each word. The door shook, causing me to cower as far away as possible. While I was on the floor shaking like a leaf, I realized I really needed to clean behind the toilet more often. I swear, on my life, I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, can't you give me a little hint? I begged, tears starting to come to my eyes. Okay, don't you dare judge me. I bet most of you would have had the same reaction. A hint. Let me jog your memory. The door stopped rattling for a little while. I almost thought it was over, but this damn bastard had cheat codes or something. All at once, the entire room shook. The lights flickered as deafening thumping noises overtook the small space. Slowly, a black mass appeared from out of the mirror. I uselessly tossed anything nearby, which harmlessly bounced off the creature's face. It had long black hair that spilled down to the floor. Layers of a black lace veil covered the face, but two glowing eyes shone through. Long, dark arms twisted out from the mirror, pulling the rest of the body forward. I screamed and pressed myself hard against the wall. This couldn't be happening. I might be able to accept it a little better if there was a reason I could understand as a motive for the attack. The long, sharp finger reached out, stopping inches away from my face. Now, little Ryan, repent. I barely heard the words over the shaking and thudding. If I didn't, I would have been dead. My name isn't Ryan, it's Pat, I shouted. I curled into a ball, my hands gripping my hood tight over my eyes to blind myself to the horrors. Don't lie to me, you... I have mail, I shouted again, sounding like a small child. Slowly, the sounds and shaking started to die down. When I felt brave enough, I carefully peeked out. Nothing but an empty bathroom. Did I have a mental breakdown? I still felt the rip in my costume showing. I must have done that to myself, if I did break for some reason. I almost convinced myself that that was what was happening. I finally stood up and the bathroom door swung open. The monster stood on the other side, the lanky body dressed in a baggy black sweater and sweatpants that he wasn't wearing before. I screamed for a few minutes. Are you... he started to ask. No, I wasn't done. I screamed once more, just in case. Anyway, the creature started and lifted not only some of my mail, but also my ID. The jerk went through my wallet. I swear to God, he took my stamped coffee cards. Do you have the address for Ryan Thyme? I see some of his mail here, but it looks like you're the only one who lives here, the monster said. And he sounded normal. He dropped a raspy, scary voice. In my sheer terror before, I didn't realize the person that I bought the house from, who lived here before, was named Ryan. I sometimes get his mail since he only recently moved out. Oh yeah, I do. You told me his new address to forward mail and such. Is he the guy you were supposed to kill? I slowly asked. Well, you humans look the same, all right. He stomped, getting extremely defensive very quickly. Wow, that's racist. I'll gut you. He won that small argument. He backed up to let me out of the bathroom so I could find where I wrote Ryan's address. I folded the paper, aware of red eyes on my back. I didn't want to hand over the info if that meant someone was going to die just to save my own skin. You're going to kill him, aren't you? I said, my hands starting to shake. Brutally, he confirmed. I shook my head, feeling sick with fear. If I was quick, maybe I could eat the paper or do something to save another person's life. If you must know, he killed a family of 4 drunk driving, but fled before the cops got to the scene. The creature explained calmly. Oh, I guess Ryan's time is up. Get it? Because his last name. I let the joke die. I handed the paper to the monster, more embarrassed than scared at that point. I expected my unwanted guest to leave, but he hung around. It felt a bit surreal, staring down at a nightmare, casually standing in my kitchen.
Listen, about the mix-up. This doesn't really happen with me. If it gets back to my bosses, I'll lose my monthly bonus. I have mouths to feed and all,
he awkwardly said. You have kids? I replied, horrified that there was more of him.
Cats.
I should have guessed. I mean, he seemed like a cat person. I was just glad to be alive. I didn't even know how to contact who he worked for. I mean, I needed to pretend as if I did in case he decided to take care of some loose ends.
Do you really live alone? You have a lot of soda for one person,
he commented, his eyes directed to the counter. I bought some bottles and extra snacks for the party that never happened. His question was because he was worried that I had roommates that might have heard what went down. I wanted to have a party, but no one showed up, I shrugged.
Lame.
He should have just killed me. Besides that fact, my life was still in danger. I needed him to believe I wasn't going to tell his boss about his mix-up. If I made it as an exchange, that might work. But what on earth would I ever want from someone like him? So I didn't snitch. In exchange for my silence, do you want to hang out? I offered. There was a full minute of silence between us.
What?
He asked in a way that needed him to wind up for the one word. I got all these snacks and all these movies lined up, I defended myself.
Do you got those pumpkin cookies?
He said as he turned the piece of paper around between his fingers. The Pillsbury sugar cookies? I said, not knowing if he meant those or some sort of pumpkin-flavored cookies.
Yeah, those bitches,
was the blunt reply. I can't believe those cookies were going to save my life. I nodded, and the deal was made. Somehow I had my party, a very awkward Halloween party, but it still counted. Turns out the creature that looked like he belonged in a horror movie jumped at cheap moments while watching them. He also ate a lot, even though he was so thin. I made 6 boxes of those cookies, which he easily put away. I saw him eyeing the pumpkin, which I was going to offer for him to carve if he wanted. Instead, he just ate them raw. I never saw what was under the dark veil that covered his face, but I saw he tore through a large pumpkin in 2 bites. The jagged teeth marks made me glad I sacrificed pumpkins to save my skin. Near the end of the night, he looked ready to leave. With a stretch, he hovered by the front door.
Are you going to hand out Halloween candy?
It was weird just how normal he sounded. Yeah, I don't work that night.
Let me come over. I want to scare some teens after I finish this job. I rarely get to do anything that isn't disemboweling on Halloween,
he admitted. Horrifying mental image, but okay. It wouldn't kill me hanging out with him again. Okay, I mean, maybe it might. To my shock, he gave me a cell phone number to reach him. I realized then I never got his name. What do I call you? I mean, do you have a name like Red Eye Ripper?
Brian. Red Eye Ripper was my father's name.
I let myself laugh over that one. If you couldn't laugh with the inhuman monster that almost ripped you apart, then who could you joke with? I let him leave with the plan to see each other at least one more time. I'm sure I didn't sleep for 48 hours after the whole experience, and I know Brian's off killing people, but it's nice to have a friend that you can hang out with on Halloween. I might ask him if he could repair my frog costume, or if he could pay me back for ripping it. On second thought, I'll just eat the cost. All of this is going to sound pretty mean, but let me preface this by saying that this girl, Angel, thought she was God's gift. And I mean that in the most literal sense. Like, she'd literally introduce herself by saying, "My name is Angel, because I'm a gift from heaven." And she'd say it with a smile that was so fake and sickly sweet that you could taste your teeth rotting just looking at it. All her mannerisms were stolen from Disney movies, like how she'd talk in this high-pitched little girl voice that she thought made her seem so cute,
Like, yeah, you're supposed to be nice to people like that, but it was so hard to tolerate her. So we messed with her. And it wasn't because she was in a wheelchair. I just want to make that clear. I don't have a problem with people in wheelchairs, just Angel. I mean, you'd feel the same way if you knew her. Honestly, everyone did. She literally didn't know where babies come from. Like one time, my friends were joking about having Nick Jonas's babies, and Angel was like, how would you make the baby his? And we had to literally explain to her where babies come from and ask where she thought they came from. And she said, and I quote, when a mommy makes a very special wish and gives it a special kiss and sends it to God, God cuts a piece of heaven in the shape of a baby and wraps it in the wish and sends it back to the mommy to grow up and be loved and kept safe on the earth forever. This was, by far, the stupidest thing I ever heard in my entire life. So of course I responded by telling her her mommy was lying to her, and most likely because she was a whore. This made everyone at lunch laugh really hard because her mom, Mrs. CJ, was the school's frumpiest old cat lady, and she literally had those 80s Coke bottle glasses like that guy from Trailer Park Boys. And the idea of her getting sexed up for dollar bills was enough to make you piss yourself laughing. Angel started crying and doing that annoying pouty thing. Frankly, I doubt she even knew what a whore was. Just that it was bad. I think she wanted to storm off, but it's just not like she could go very far, which I pointed out as well to uproarious laughter. Again, I don't have an issue with people in wheelchairs. It was just really easy to mess with her. But this was the incident that for some reason made everyone think of me as the designated Angel Watchman. Like, anytime Angel did anything weird and cringy, everyone would look at me like they were Jim from The Office and I was the camera. And then if I didn't say something funny about it, they'd get all disappointed. When I did say something funny, it became the new Angel thing of the week that everyone would be saying in the halls between classes. And I'd feel like a genius. Did it go too far sometimes? Sure. But that's not my fault. All Angel had to do was act like a normal person for once, and it all would have stopped. Angel was homeschooled her whole life until 7th grade, which is probably why she was so weird. I want to be clear, she wasn't like mentally disabled or anything like that. That would make me look pretty bad. No, she was just weird. She was always singing by herself, pop songs, Disney princess songs, sometimes songs in like Japanese from anime. And she was convinced that she had the best voice in the class and flaunted it all the time. Like she thought we were going to be impressed. She wore these huge, ugly cat sweaters with glitter and frills every single day. And anytime we watched a movie in class, she'd laugh this awful, snickering, long laugh at any joke. And then bawl her goddamn eyes out if there was even a little bit of a sad part. It was so annoying. She refused to do anything outside of her comfort zone. No scary stories, no new foods, no games she'd never played before. She turned her nose up at anything unfamiliar. So let me be clear. Angel deserved most of what we did to her. But she didn't deserve what I did that last day. Before I met Angel, I thought Miss CJ was okay. After, though, I realized she was batshit, right? She only let Angel come to our school for 7th grade because she knew she'd be Angel's homeroom teacher and that she'd be able to flit in and coddle her throughout the day. Miss CJ was Angel's constant guardian, which should be humiliating for anyone who has shame, but Angel loved the attention. She'd beg Miss CJ to stay with her longer every time she popped in during class, and that sucked because I couldn't say shit about anything cringe Angel did when Miss CJ was around, so I missed a lot of really good opportunities to mess with her. Miss CJ always sat with her daughter at lunch, which was honestly bad parenting because there was no way Angel would ever be able to make friends like that. Miss CJ never let Angel join the rest of us for recess or for field trips. Once during a group project in French class, as a joke, I invited Angel to a made-up party in the woods. And Angel replied by saying, "I can't go if it's in the woods, silly. My mom doesn't let me outside." She said this like it was the most normal thing in the world for her. So I asked some clarifying questions. She explained in her girly sing-song voice that she's never allowed to be outside for more than a few seconds at a time, and only when her mommy is there to hold her hand. Mommy doesn't want me to get lost, she said. It's not like you can run away, I joked. I can run, Angel replied, pouting. Look! She kicked her legs slightly. I heard the clank of chains. That was the first time I ever noticed that Angel was shackled around her ankles. I run all the time at home, Angel bragged. I run all over all the rooms. I wish I could run here too, but it's too dangerous. The windows, she added, like that would clarify it. I was baffled, so she didn't need the wheelchair. Why are you chained? Are you like under house arrest or something? I asked. No, my mommy just doesn't want me to get lost. She's the only one with the key. Your mommy sounds like a psycho. You should call the cops, I replied. The French teacher overheard her crying, and she got me sent to the principal office again. But I swear that this time I wasn't being smart or anything. I was genuinely freaked out for her. I told my friends, who all agreed with me, that it was weird, but I guess I hadn't been the first one to notice the chains. The others who had assumed it was because Angel was prone to fits or something. That made sense for Angel, but it still made me feel weird and it didn't sit right. My mommy doesn't want me to get lost. I started to feel sorry for her. She was still weird and annoying. But she was weird and annoying because her mom was out of her mind and wouldn't let her be a normal kid. How was she supposed to learn to be normal if she couldn't even go outside, for God's sake? I still messed with Angel when she did weird stuff like quote anime characters in class and bring stuffed animals to school. But if it was ever just her and me, I was nice to her and asked her stuff about her life. Her favorite movie was The Little Mermaid. No, she had never been to summer camp. Her favorite time of the week was church. She disliked onions and wanted to be a vegetarian, except that her mom was very insistent about her getting enough protein in her diet. She loved those warrior cat books and wanted to be a veterinarian someday. She didn't have a dad. Miss CJ took the shackles off her ankles only once they were inside their house and all the doors and windows were closed and locked. That was also when Miss CJ took the locked metal bar off her chair so she could get up. The bar went over her waist and prevented her from standing. She wore those big ugly cat sweaters every day so we wouldn't see it. Her mom didn't want people to know about her special condition, which, as far as I could tell, was all made up. Anytime I asked her about her condition, she'd just say some stuff about being a very special heaven baby or whatever. Do you ever think about running away? I asked finally. I don't know, why don't you just leave? She looked shocked. Of course not, she said. I love my mommy. Where would I even go? She shuddered visibly. The shudder pissed me off. I blew up at her and called her a whiny, scaredy baby until she cried, and I got sent to the principal again. She didn't even want to be normal. That's what pissed me off the most. It was springtime, and the snow was finally mostly gone. I'd been in Mr. Bevan's science class before, so I knew what to expect that day. First real nice day of spring was always a class outside day. We'd go out and look at moss and leaf buds and stuff, and he'd talk about natural changes during the season. It was all a big excuse for us to get outside. No one liked it more than Mr. Bevans himself. He was so excited to announce that we were taking class outside. He didn't even notice Angel's face go stark white as he led the rest of the class out the doors. I can't, she stuttered, but I interrupted her. It's the most beautiful day in months, I said. It's a perfect day. You'll love it. I'm not allowed, she whispered, embarrassed. You want to be a baby forever? I said. Come on. You've never broken a single rule in your life. Live a little. After a long moment, Angel nodded. She followed me out the back doors of the school onto the sidewalk. I walked next to her for a while. She looked scared, but also fascinated by the dripping icicles from the roof gutter above us, and the ice-blue sky above, and the rows of black trees stretching up into the air. It's cold, she said. Yeah, that happens when you're outside for more than a few seconds. I think I like the cold. We caught up to the rest of the science class and listened to Mr. Bevins talk about leaves and crap. Angel oscillated between this vibrating excitement and a frightened, haunted look, like her mom was going to show up at any second and punish her for disobeying and doing one normal thing in her life. Angel touched the trees reverently. My friends made fun of her for fondling the foliage. I didn't join in this time. I had bigger things planned. When we broke off into groups of 2, I went with Angel. My friends knew I was up to something great then, so they followed us, chuckling eagerly. I grinned back at them when Angel wasn't looking. We were supposed to identify different types of trees in the woods behind the school. I helped push Angel's chair up the hill. It was insanely heavy. The wheels snagged on the muddy grass, but it didn't matter. It's not like she actually needed the thing. What are you doing? Angel asked with rising terror as I leaned over her and produced the key. Everyone knew Mr. Bevins always had class outside the first nice day of spring. It was really easy to slip the key from Miss CJ's lanyard when she always left it out on her desk during homeroom. It was the one with little white wings on the chain. I'm setting you free, I said. I unlocked the shackles around her feet first, then the bar around her waist. She screamed at me to stop the entire time, but I knew I was doing the right thing. Someone had to teach her to be independent. Someone had to throw her out of her comfort zone. And that's what I did. I set Angel free. Angel rose from the chair. And rose. And rose. Her shoes went over her head. She kicked her legs wildly as they drifted rapidly upwards. Angel shrieked and tried to grab onto the top of the chair, the handles, even trying to clutch a handful of my hair, desperate to stay anchored to the ground, but it was too late. She was already 6 feet in the air. Then 12. Then 30. I couldn't do anything other than to watch in shock as Angel shot up into the sky like a helium balloon. She twisted and clawed in the open air. It happened in seconds. 1 second, we were watching Angel make frantic grabbing motions at the ground, howling with terror, and the next second, all we could see of her was the glint of the sunlight on her glittery pink cat sweater as she disappeared up into the vast emptiness above. When Mr. Bevins came to see what was the matter, all any of us can do was to point up. But by then, she was just a pinprick against the deep, endless blue sky. And then there was nothing. It was simply there on one humid morning about 6 weeks ago. I walked out of my house, looked right on the way to my car, and there it was. A black square in the middle of the street. I thought it was a strange box or something. Thinking nothing of it, I went off to get lunch. But it was still there when I returned. And this time the neighborhood kids that usually collectively played in the yard to my house's left were now instead off to the right. circled around the black square. They were talking, laughing, and poking it with sticks. Something didn't seem right about the scene, so I got out of my car and stood for a moment watching. What was wrong here? It hit me. They weren't poking at it. They were poking into it. One of the local teenagers was sitting on the porch behind me, so I knew the kids were being looked after. If it was some strange prank or something, well, I'd hear about it later. I headed back inside and returned to writing the day's story. Around 8 in the evening, someone began knocking on our front door. 2 of my roommates were in their rooms with their doors open, but we were all playing an online game together, so we ignored it and hoped that the guy in the room downstairs would get it. He either didn't hear it or didn't care, so we sat there listening to the pounding and knocking for about 15 minutes before one of my roommates logged off the game and stormed downstairs to the door. I heard, "What the hell do you want? None of us are parked in your goddamn spot. We never park in your spot." That didn't sound good. I left my computer and slid down the hallway to see what was going on. They told me stories about Bill and how he insisted that one section of the sidewalk was for his food truck, apparently. He'd go around at literally any time of the day or night, knocking on every single door in the neighborhood until he found the offender. This time, Bill was looking not for a car owner, but for the perpetrator of the black square prank. After much arguing, he finally moved on to the next house. But I couldn't go back to playing our game. Instead, I wandered out under evening orange and headed down the street. The black square was odd. Its angle seemed to be changing to match me, and I moved my head back and forth a few times rapidly to confirm that it always looked exactly square from any angle. Anton was sitting in his open garage in a lawn chair as I approached. He handed a man a bag, pocketed a stack of cash, and coughed and leaned back. The stranger hurried away without looking at me. It was not an unusual sight, standing in Anton's driveway, which ran straight at the black square, and Bill's house beyond. I asked, "Hey, what is this thing?" "No idea," he responded, "but it's got me on edge. It's been there all day. Thought maybe somebody was scoping me out, but it doesn't do nothing." I didn't want to get too close, so I picked up a stick. "Kids were messing with it earlier, right? Anything happened?" "Nah." It was strange. There seemed to be some sort of scaling perspective at work. As I moved closer to the square, it grew larger in my sight than the change in distance warranted. Far away, the effect had been imperceptible, but up close it was extremely unsettling. It felt as if the black square was looming up to encompass me. I might even leap out at any moment. It was becoming increasingly obvious that this was no prank. The sides were exactly equal in length from what I could see, and absolutely nothing showed or reflected on its surface. I'd seen Vanta black nano fabric in person once before, and that super black material had definitely left an impression on me. It had felt like staring into absolute void. And I had that same feeling now. The only difference was that my stick encountered no resistance as I moved it forward. I took one step. The stick still moved freely ahead. Was it past the threshold yet? It was disturbingly impossible to tell because the square always seemed to be facing me, so I couldn't tilt left or right and get a look from the side. The square also got bigger faster than it should have with each step, so I couldn't get a good idea of exactly where it began and ended. Worst of all, the forward perspective had no landmarks, no shadows. It felt as if I was inside a television somehow, and reaching forward into a CGI background. The studio lights off-screen were still lighting the stick, and I was reaching into something that didn't really exist. I swung my branch left and right. There was no edges to strike either. The pointed end traversed from ultra black to the green of Bill's lawn, and back with no resistance. It was then that I truly understood that we were in trouble. "Hey, Anton. What's up?" He was usually one to play it cool, but I could tell by his subtly concerned expression that it must have looked very strange standing in front of complete nothingness. Let's, how to phrase it? Let's make sure nobody goes near this." He nodded and gave a nervous laugh. We didn't have any sort of housing association or community building, so it would really be up to word of mouth. Bill was 2 houses past ours now, still knocking on doors, and he was doing a decent accidental job of warning everyone. A few neighbors had come out onto their lawns to stare at the thing, and I saw Idle emerging one lawn over. While studying the black square from afar, she shivered and pulled her headscarf a little closer. I smoothed down my shirt reflexively as she approached. She stopped on the sidewalk just short of Anton's driveway. "What is the square?" We shook our heads. "You call police?" she asked, looking at me. Anton leaned back in his seat and watched us. Put on the spot, all I could say was, I don't think so." She was visibly confused. "Why not?" Anton snickered. "Cops don't come here, girl." "Police don't come to this area?" "Nah, they do. Trust me, you don't want them. They don't come here to help." "Oh." She looked down at the ground, and then over to the black square, and then to her front door. She departed without a word. The rest of the neighbors began to emerge from their homes as Bill pissed them off in sequence, but we didn't meet or talk beyond the distant glances of confusion and confirmation. I didn't like that strange square in the street, not one bit, but there wasn't much to do about it. A few people were taking pictures, so I went back inside and put my phone on the charger to do the same. My roommates and I locked the house up tight that night. We couldn't see the black square from any of our windows, but the mere knowledge of its presence was like a chill in the air. It was the night owl of the 4 of us, and when the others went to bed, I quietly stacked boxes full of junk from the basement to block the windows just in case. In the morning, nobody commented in approval of the boxes, but neither did they take them down. I stepped outside to confirm that the anomaly was still there. This time, I took pictures. I'd seen more than my fair share of movies and shows about creepy anomalies, but it was another thing having one actually show up outside my house. In person, there's a balance of risk versus curiosity, and there was nothing we could do about the square without endangering ourselves. We couldn't get too close to it because who knew what would happen, and we certainly couldn't go inside it. So, it sat there. And in large part, we ignored it in our day-to-day lives. But there's also another kind of risk. The unknown. And the stress effect on your community and on your health. Each morning for a week, I would look to my right at that eerie black square and wonder if I was being watched. Or worse, was it some kind of hole from somewhere that might let in horrific entities beyond our understanding? Or hell, even just basic clawed creatures we could understand. That would be horrifying. A simple wolf or bear on the loose on our street would have been an emergency warranting help. And here we were with the possibility of literally anything appearing at any time. On a random night that about 8 people were over to play board games, Idle asked again if I would call somebody. This time, I agreed. But who? And how? I did find some numbers for 2 local news channels. I sent in my pictures, but they laughed at me and said that they looked photoshopped. I insisted that no, it was literally just a black square. And they told me to call back when I had something scarier. The military was an obvious answer too, but how does one call the military? I didn't exactly have a phone number for the military. Every night for a week, I waited on hold with various desks, bases, and institutions, repeating my story verbatim each time. A strange anomaly has appeared in our neighborhood, and I need somebody to come take a look at it. Some secretaries hung up on me immediately, but I finally got one that laughed. He said, "Watching some X-Files tonight." I sighed. Look, I've been trying to contact somebody about this for a week. Let's say, hypothetically, that I'm serious. Is there some sort of division or group for that? Yeah, let me call Area 51, buddy. They'll take care of you. Come on, there has to be some guy that takes weird phone calls and checks them out, right? That's no fun. Fine, I'll give you the number. Finally, I had it. The next conversation I had was promising, and a military jeep showed up the next morning. Idle texted me when she saw it park on the street, and I hurriedly went outside to greet one man, apparently. He was only slightly taller than me and stood staring at the black square with a haunted gaze. As I finally got his attention, he turned his head to look at me and said, "Motherfuck!" Right? I pointed down the street at the black square. That thing's been there for like a week and a half. Finally, prompted to move, he went to the back of his Jeep, pulled out a tripod and a camera, and set it up facing the anomaly. Watching him, I asked, "So you're gonna call in the big guns, right? Somebody will take care of this?" His only answer was a glance. Then he got in his Jeep and drove off, leaving the equipment running. That was progress, I told myself. Somebody was aware of the issue now, and somebody was on it. Small consolation as the days wore on. One of the neighbors boarded up their windows, and then everybody did. Nobody asked the first house to do it if they had seen or heard something scary. We just did it. That day we went to the hardware store, endured the awkward process of explaining what we were doing to the overly helpful employees, and then took our boxes of nails and stacks of wood and began hammering into the window frames. I winced at the first one that went awry and damaged the wall, but I figured our security deposit was long gone anyway. We kept the curtains between the glass and the wood so that the landlord wouldn't notice on a casual drive-by, although he would certainly see that the entire neighborhood had suddenly acquired bars and boards. If the area went to shit, would he lower our rent? Doubtful. Then my roommates and I got drunk together for the first time in months. The neighbors were doing the same thing in their boarded up houses and on their lawns, and eventually we had a sort of block party going. It was an eerie thing, all being connected and bonded by a common threat, but being unable to mention that threat even as it loomed in the distance at all times. There was nothing we could do about it, so mentioning it publicly was impolite. As dusk deepened and somebody started a bonfire in their backyard, I almost couldn't stand the pressure of what was happening. That thing might turn deadly and kill us all any time, but I wasn't even allowed to mention it without pissing people off. Boarding up our houses? We were all reacting to it. We were all aware it existed. We all knew, everyone else knew it too, but we couldn't talk about it. A weird defensiveness was emerging amongst the conversations I overheard. This was our street, and none of us could afford to move away, therefore the black square had to be harmless. There were even people talking about the idea that there was nothing wrong at all. And that talk was growing. Agitated, I left the block party. I still wanted to drink, but angrily now, so I went to the nearest bar and sat. By pure chance, to my left was the soldier who'd set up the camera equipment. He was half sloshed already, and he looked sidelong at me while holding the bar to keep himself up. He laughed darkly. It's you. It was almost a relief to see that he was still in town. You guys gonna do anything about that black square once you collect enough info? He sat taller and focused his bloodshot eyes on me. Guys? Yeah, your team or whoever. It's just me. Oh, well, what about the higher-ups? He downed another shot that he had just been delivered. Higher-ups? My whole department got cleaned out by the new administration to cut costs or something. The only guy in my entire building. My beer arrived and I took a sip of it while trying to fully understand what he meant. Like temporarily? Are you waiting for new hires? He gave an exaggerated shrug. It's been 7 months.
Nobody talks to me or tells me anything. I just get a paycheck automatically. No emails, no nothing. I'm thinking maybe they just forgot to transfer me when they got the rest. I don't think anybody even knows I'm still here.
That was an off-putting thing to hear. Then what do we do about the black square? He gave a long, drunk belly laugh.
Brother, there are 47 anomalies in Ohio alone. And I'm the only person in this state left in the department that handles that shit. Just be happy that yours isn't making people crazy or changing your muscle tissue into acid while you sleep.
Does that happen? He stared forward at the venue's long, mirrored back wall for a moment. Unmoving except for the muscles in his jaw tightening, as if he was grinding his teeth. After a tick, he suddenly reached over and clapped me on the back.
Nothing so dramatic as that. I'm just playing.
He got up, threw some cash on the bar, and began to stumble away. "Wait!" I called after him. "What's your plan for the black square?"
"Plan?" he yelled back on his way to the door. "You're on your own, brother."
I skirted through the crowd and pushed out into the night. "What about the 46 other anomalies?" He kept walking and soon became small in the distance. Was it really possible there was nobody manning the defenses for things like this? We were simply open to danger with no one else to respond. It was the only working plan to hope that nothing bad would happen. What the hell kind of plan was that? I returned home even more agitated than before. It was about 3 weeks after the appearance of the anomaly that those that insisted the black square was harmless became the majority. We'd been able to complain about it, make jokes, watch it fearfully before the afternoon, but the winds changed, and I immediately found myself on the outside with no warning. If I glanced suspiciously at the black square, someone would deride me for it. If I tried to measure it to see if it was growing at all, someone would come out on their lawn and tell me to stop, and that I was wasting my time. By the 4th week, those reactions became veiled threats. Bill was standing out on the sidewalk the first day of that 4th week. I had just come home from playing a card game elsewhere, and he approached me rather angrily.
"Stop making trouble,"
he said without sugarcoating it. Me? He was a large man in multiple ways, and I took a step back warily. I'm just not willing to accept that the incredibly odd anomaly in the middle of our street is safe.
"The black square isn't causing any trouble," he growled. "You're the problem here, pissing people off, going against the grain. People want to sleep soundly, and they can't do that if you fill their heads with nonsense dangers."
"If it's nonsense," I asked, "then why are your windows boarded up?" He balled a fist.
"'Cause that's how it's always been around here. Everybody does it, and always has."
"Hell are you talking about? It was just last month that..." He slugged me in the stomach. I backed away. There was nothing left to say. I understood exactly what was happening. He glared from the sidewalk until I went inside and closed the door behind me. 2 mornings later, screaming erupted from a few houses down. 9 of us rushed out of our homes with makeshift weapons, only to find that the danger had been the night before. Someone's windows had been broken, and the wood beyond has been clawed mightily by something that had left traces of azure ichor behind. I thought that certainly it would be undeniable now. It was obvious that something had come out of that black square and tried to get into a house. The only reason the single father and his 2 girls were alive, they'd boarded up their windows like everyone else. See, I said to those gathered. "I told you, it's dangerous." But the single father in question shook his head.
"Of course you'd say that. How'd you do it?"
I began backing away almost instantly as all eyes turned on me. "What?"
Bill said, "Yeah, likely what happened. What tool did you use to make those marks? And what's that blue shit? Is it toxic? Did you put Ethan's girls in danger by throwing toxic blue sludge on their house? Ethan added, and you'll pay for that window too. The hell is wrong with you people? I clutched my bat and continued moving backwards. Idil came out of her house then and asked some of the others in the group what was going on in Somali. They backed off, and Bill and Ethan shot me hateful glances. On the way back to my place, Anton shook his head as I crossed his driveway. Gonna get yourself killed, boy. Whispering, I asked, what, by insisting that the physics-defying anomaly in our streets possibly dangerous? Just saying. I sit in front of this thing all day, every day. It freaks the hell out of me. I don't say nothing. Not to anyone else around here. Neighbors are more dangerous than that thing, you get it? Keep your head down. I mulled over his words for another few days, while the attitude in the neighborhood became openly hostile. More claw marks and strange azure liquid appeared during each night, and Bill started enforcing what he called his right to open carry by walking around on the sidewalk with an automatic rifle slung over his shoulder. And then Ethan started doing it too. Made me tense as hell, but they'd often talked about gun responsibility, and a part of me was glad to have weapons around, given that something was probably coming out of the black square each night and trying to get into our houses. At 4 a.m. on the first night of the 5th week, I heard loud banging on the front door. For 20 minutes, I listened to someone pounding and yelling outside until one of my roommates shouted from his bed, "Fuck off, Bill! We don't have to answer the door for you. We're not parked in your goddamn spot!" The knocking went silent. My other roommate called from his room. That's the first time he's ever actually gone away. At that, I sat up starkly in my bed. I knew something had happened out there, some spark. Perhaps the unseen creature had finally gotten someone. Perhaps it had gotten one of our neighborhood children. I grabbed my baseball bat and put on my tennis shoes. Other than that, I was only in shorts and a t-shirt, but there was no time. Running into the dark hallway that connected our rooms, I whispered, "Get your gun out." "What?" my roommate asked. "Get your goddamn gun ready," I practically hissed. "They're coming for us." There was a crash of glass and the sound of boards being ripped off in the back of the house. To punctuate what I'd said, I heard my roommate jumping up and fumbling around with the case that held his gun. My other roommate just said quietly and fearfully, "They're not coming for us. They're coming for you." In the dark, I heard his door close and lock. This was no movie situation. I knew this would end very quickly between untrained civilians, and I knew that I was at a big disadvantage. If the windows hadn't been boarded up, I would have escaped that way, but I was forced into a corner. I only had knowledge of the terrain and the advantage of surprise. Using long steps to avoid the parts of the floor that creaked, I moved out into the board game room, and a big silhouette moving around the corner became a wide-open target for my bat. I swung without restraint as hard as I could. I'd never tried to kill anyone before, but I was amazed at how lethal my strength felt when the restraints were off. The bat snapped in half on Bill's head, and he fell to the floor. He limply tried to resist, but I pulled at his rifle while screaming obscenities, and he gave it up while groaning on the floor and whimpering about his head bleeding. I'd won, but unfortunately there were 7 more silhouettes behind him. Ethan was among them, and I saw his face by moonlight as they dragged me out into the street. "This asshole nearly killed Bill," he shouted. "Proof positive he's the one behind the attacks." "You came into my house with guns," I screamed at them. "Goddamn psychopaths!" There were 20 other people out there already, many sticking to their own lawns. By the lights of the full moon, they watched fearfully. Some of them asked if what I was saying was true. Ethan yelled over to me, "He'll say anything to trick people. Fake news!" "Fake?" He was still holding my arms, but I struggled. "This is ridiculous. You've all got guns. You literally just broke into my house in the middle of the night." "Fake. Lies," Ethan insisted to the neighbors as we passed, and they kept pushing me and dragging me. As we passed Idil on her lawn, I realized where we were going. She ran forward to kick at Ethan. "I did not leave my country just for you to be the same."
One of the men stayed behind to keep her restrained, and I nearly got away because of the distraction, but unfortunately, they caught me and continued moving me towards the black square. Even in moonlight, it was starkly visible. "Why are you doing this?" Ethan snarled. "You know, you monster. I can't let you live after what you did to my little girl." I could see one of the wooden barricades among his windows had failed. Something had broken its way inside, and red blood was mixed with the azure pools usually left behind. "So you're gonna kill me by throwing me inside the black square?" I asked loudly, so that everyone around could hear. "How does that make any sense if you insist it's not dangerous, that I'm the one who somehow orchestrated these attacks in the night?" One of our neighbors screamed, "Stop trying to get out of this! Fake news!" She turned and insisted to someone else that I was a liar. "Getting rid of him will stop the attacks!" They were lost. I'd known it, but it was only now that I truly accepted I was not in a neighborhood surrounded by peers. I had been living in hostile territory, surrounded by enemies for weeks, and they'd become delusional because of their own fear. Living with fear every single day and being unable to do anything about it had turned their fears into anger, and now anger had become violence directed at the only target that they could actually reach: their neighbor. On that first night of the 5th week, they kicked me forward and pointed their guns at me, forcing me to walk into the black square. The unknown source of their fear. It had come to us from somewhere else, but it was now the desperate void at the center of our lives. It was our heart. I'd never felt more sharp and aware. Adrenaline seared fire through my every nerve as I kept moving forward away from the guns at my back. The dark square expanded rapidly in my sight, but then grew more slowly as I came nearer than ever before. It asymptotically filled half of the sphere of what I could see. I kept waiting to pass the threshold like a door, to see the sides I'd tried to find with the stick and ropes over the last few weeks. But it never came. I kept pressing forward, only to find myself still half in the world I knew and half in the darkness, until I turned around and saw Ethan and the others very far behind me. My brain struggled to process the shape or the curve of what was happening, but I had the distinct sensation that I could keep walking forever and the black square would remain a giant sail pressed against half of me, except I knew there was an unseen drop-off, and perhaps that was the key. Perhaps the door was actually down, and the black square we could perceive was merely a higher dimensional perceptive. I got down on my knees and hands and began to crawl. I couldn't afford to fall accidentally. "Don't bother!" Ethan shouted in the distance. "You're going over! You're not getting out of this!" There it was. I could feel the edge. Here the black square was almost exactly half of what I could see around me. Directly above, to the left, to the right, and down. The paved street far beyond Bill and Anton's house, part of the street I'd stood upon many times coming the other direction, now met sheer void. But it wasn't dark. Light had always been coming up from below. There'd just been nothing for it to reflect from so that we could see it. Light came up from below now, illuminating my face, my eyes, my mind. It was a ghastly light, certainly not ever a color that had graced our world before, and I could see everything by the cast of its deep glare. I'd never seen that color with the rods and cones in my eyes before, but I knew what it was. If you could open a door into the mind and observe the cues within, if you open that door into the mind of a person being tortured with perfect and exacting skill, you would see the chroma of pain, not just the feeling of it or the idea of it in thought, but the blood of the concept, the core, as a brushstroke on existence. For some reason, I laughed. But I did not smile. I stood and I began to walk back. Ethan held his assault rifle forward. "Don't you come back here! Don't you fucking do it!" I just shook my head. The other men behind him raised their guns too, but they were waiting on him. I didn't slow. I couldn't. As I moved towards Ethan, I told him, "You're a human, Ethan. Fundamentally capable of good or just neutrality, of cooperation, of peace." The words spilled directly from my raw brain and into the night sky. "You are not like what's over that edge. Take a look for yourself. You'll understand." The barrel of his weapon glimmered darkly by moonlight, but the square behind me was blacker. "What do you mean?" he asked after a moment, the strain of oncoming terror dampening his tone. I think he saw the look in my eyes. Some small fraction of what I had seen had to still have been lingering in my irises like a rotting reflection gone bad. "What's in there? What's over that edge?" I couldn't really think at that moment. I put my forehead to the barrel of his rifle and grasped for the trigger under his hands. "Please." He pulled away in fear. "You're crazy!" They were no longer a threat now. I drifted past them and back to my house, where one of my roommates peered out of his door and apologized, and the other finally finished finding his ammunition. "Danger's past. Don't bother," I murmured, before going into my room and sitting on my bed. It took 6 days for my brain to develop a coping mechanism. For 6 days, I sat and stared at any blank white wall I could find. It was eye bleach in a way because it had every color and none. After 6 days, I felt nothing, and that was my release. To scab and scar over what had happened to my mind. My brain had amputated my emotions. And good for that. I would feel horrible at the loss of love and joy and friendship and companionship. But I can't. And that's better than feeling what I witnessed over that edge. Bill was back from the hospital by then, and feeling rather sheepish. A neighborhood watch had been set up, and armed men were taking turns guarding the black square, around which they'd built a wall of bricks and cement. They knew that nobody would be coming to help. No police, no military, no government. We were on our own, a fact which made Idle sad, as she talked to me about the home she'd left, where it had been exactly the same in her village. "This is humans," I told her. "Sometimes we do better for a little while. Sometimes we don't." She didn't have a chance to reply before Bill came up and sat carefully down next to me on my porch. He rubbed his bandaged head and said, "Sorry about what happened last week." I kept watching my armed neighbors around the black square. "It doesn't matter." "It does, though," he muttered, looking downcast. "We could have killed you." "It doesn't matter," I said again. He swallowed audibly and then asked, "What'd you see in there? Think the neighborhood will go to shit now?" Now? It amazed me that it was right there. It was right there, just 100 feet away. We were alive and
standing here breathing air and eating food and having conversations just a few 100 feet away from that. It was always there, Bill. The only thing that changed 6 weeks ago is that we can see it now. We don't talk much anymore. The neighborhood is quieter than before. We just sit and wait for the inevitable. Each day and each night. The black pit is among us, lurking in open sight, and one day it will spill forth ungodly hordes I don't need to describe because you already know what they look like. Sometimes we do better. Sometimes we don't. Not sure why I'm bothering to type this all out. I guess I'm hoping that it'll help me make sense of things. That it may reveal details I hadn't noticed before, but I doubt it. I'm really starting to lose it. So is everybody else. I'll start at the beginning. I got to the university at around 10 this morning. I had an exam for intermediate philosophy, an elective course, just figured I'd get it out of the way during the summer. I don't remember seeing or hearing anything weird when I first walked into the building. Then again, I wasn't really paying attention. My eyes were glued to my notes, an attempt at some last-second cramming, although I distinctly recall first entering the building through a door that I'd gone through many times before. The weird shit started with the exam itself. The questions on the first page seemed relevant enough to the material that we'd been taught in class, but then I turned the page over, and I couldn't understand what I was looking at. It was a diagram of some bizarre, complex shape. Could have been a machine of sorts. The part that scared me was that it vaguely seemed similar. Not enough for me to be able to place where exactly I'd seen it before, but enough to invoke this distant recognition. It made my skin crawl. Whatever the memory was, it had most certainly been an unpleasant one. There was no question below it. Actually, the rest of the page was completely blank. I raised my hand while continuing to stare at the diagram, thinking that maybe they'd given me a misprinted copy. When no one came over to me, I looked around the room, seeing that it wasn't actually a proctor or supervisor present at all, just a bunch of confused-looking students. Thinking back, I was sure that I'd seen a person standing at the front of the room when I'd first entered. It was the same person who told us that we could begin writing, but it hadn't been the professor. It hadn't been anyone I'd ever seen before. I hadn't questioned it at the time. None of us really knew what to do. And eventually, someone got up, left the room, and then a few more followed. But most of us stayed seated. I guess we were still under the assumption that if we left, we'd be in big trouble. A product of years and years of academic conditioning. After a few minutes, one of the students came back. His eyes were wide. He told that there was something weird going on. That the doors at the main entrance were now missing. It was a difficult thing to believe, but the guy had said it with such fear and sincerity that it compelled us to stand up and leave the room in order to confirm. And he happened to be right.
Where the doors should have been was just a blank, solid wall. Somebody suggested that it could have been construction. Everybody else argued that that was impossible. We were in the lecture hall for no more than 20 minutes. What kind of construction starts and ends so suddenly? Of course, the next step was to go and check the other exits, find out whether or not we'd actually been trapped there. I knew the layout of the building fairly well, not like the back of my hand, but I'd been here enough. It was reasonably large, 3 stories tall, probably a basement as well. I knew that there were 4 different exits, though it wouldn't have surprised me if there were more. After scouring every inch of the first floor, I could feel my heart dropping down into my stomach. Every exit that I clearly remembered existing before was gone. All replaced by a blank wall. Afterwards, I walked back to the main foyer where most everybody else had gathered, all of them with this stunned look on their faces. Somebody brought up the fact that all the windows were missing as well. We all looked at her. And then we looked around. She was right. It was something we hadn't noticed at first because the shock of the missing doors had overridden it. They were all gone. Even the large glass panes on the roof. People were shaking their heads, their expressions a mix of confusion and deep distress. Some paced around, muttering to themselves. A few of them were cursing out loud. I observed the group. There were maybe around 30 of us, and I only recognized a few faces, but that made sense given that I had barely shown up to any lectures and I only knew one of their names. Rachel. She was standing separate from everyone else, looking intently at her phone. I'd sat beside her during the first class of the semester, where they'd forced us to participate in a series of icebreakers. We'd exchanged numbers then, but neither of us had reached out afterwards. She noticed me and offered a tight smile. She walked over, asking if I had any cell reception. I checked and saw that I didn't, which wasn't normal. Not that I'd ever had good reception in this building, but there'd always been at least 1 or 2 bars. Now I had absolutely nothing, as if I were out in the middle of the woods or something. She then asked me if I had internet access. I could see that I was still connected to the university Wi-Fi, though. Everything seemed to be loading at a snail's pace. She said she was experiencing something similar. She tried sending out some emails to the administration asking what the hell was going on, but they hadn't been delivered. I have a friend, James, who was also supposed to be on campus that day to write a different exam. I tried calling him on Instagram, but the connection was too poor for it to go through. Then I tried sending him a message, asking him to walk over to the building, tell me what he saw from the outside. The message took a painfully long time to go through, but eventually it did. While we waited for a response, Rachel brought up the fact that there was a bridge on the 2nd floor connecting this building to the Earth Sciences. With nothing better to do, we went up the stairs in order to check it out, but we weren't the first ones there. A group of 3 were already standing in front of it. They looked like they'd just seen a ghost, the blood drained from their faces. When we rounded the corner, we understood why. The bridge was there, but it was dark. Not dark as in the lights weren't working. I mean, there was just nothing there beyond it. A complete absence of everything, an outright void. We couldn't even see a few inches into it before the light was completely smothered. It wasn't even gradual, it just stopped. Staring at it was uncanny. I began to wonder if maybe it was actually just a black wall. I grabbed an empty water bottle out of my backpack, preparing to throw it in, when one of the other guys told me not to bother. "We tried that," he said. "It's not solid. It's not a wall. Rachel asked him if anybody tried to go in there. He shook his head. He told her fuck no. But that she could be their guest. She stared at it for a long while, and it almost looked like she was considering it, but she didn't move. Soon a few more people came up, and we caught them up to speed. By now, there were about 10 of us just standing in front of it, all waiting for somebody else to go in. A silent tension hung in the air, as if there was some kind of bizarre trap. Eventually, somebody volunteered to check it out. A guy I didn't recognize at all, tall, muscular, buzz cut, a tattoo of a chainsaw on his arm. Said his name was Arnold. He approached the darkness carefully and stopped a few feet in front of it. Then he just stared ahead. We asked him what he saw. He said, nothing at all. He tried using his phone's flashlight, but it couldn't pierce even an inch of the gloom. It was clear that he didn't want to go in, but that he nevertheless committed himself to it. Finally, he moved. He was in there for about 5 seconds before he came sprinting back out. And I mean sprinting like hell, all the way downstairs without sparing a moment to stop and explain what had happened. We kept looking into the dark, expecting something to come running out after him, but that didn't happen. Nothing moved, and nothing made a noise. We went back down to the first floor and found Arnold hauling chairs from the cafeteria into the foyer. Somebody ran up to stop him, but he pushed them away, told them to fuck off. He began launching chairs at the drywall, tossing multiple in rapid succession. Then he picked one up and began using it like a blunt tool and smashing away. He'd become absolutely feral. Before long, he'd excavated a human-sized hole. We ran up to him, tried to calm him down. He just went harder. Eventually, his body gave up and he was forced to rest, and that's when he finally told us what happened in the bridge. There were people up there, he said, in between long, labored breaths. We glanced at each other, and then we asked him to explain. He took another deep breath and told us that almost immediately after he'd walked in, he ran into something that was blocking the way. But it wasn't a wall or a random object, it was a person. A group of people, he realized. All standing perfectly still in the dark. He said he knew they were people because he could feel their skin. But now that he was thinking about it, he wasn't sure they were actually people at all because the skin was cold, clammy. The texture was strange. He said he could hear them breathing, but the exhales were too quick, as if they were panting. He said that their breath smelled like rotting gasoline, whatever that was supposed to be. He said that they were whispering terrible things to him, things about him that they shouldn't have known. Once he recovered enough energy, he was smashing the wall again. We could do nothing but stand in silence as we watched him. I didn't want to believe any of what he just said, but his fear seemed real. Something had definitely happened to him up there. Soon a few others picked up chairs and joined him, which led to more, and then Rachel and I had chairs in our hands as well. We spent about an hour smashing away until we realized something wasn't right. Because we should have been outside by now, but the wall just kept going. Just endless drywall. We measured the distance between where we were now and where the wall started. Nearly 10 feet. Maybe our sense of distance had just been distorted. So we kept going for another hour. 18 feet. It was still the same story. as if they'd built an entirely new wall under 20 minutes. One that was inexplicably thick. A civil engineer major pointed out that the wall itself was impossible, that it wasn't structurally feasible because there was no metal frame. That there weren't even any pipes or insulation, that nobody would have signed off on this, especially not a university building. I didn't know what to think. But this seemed to be going nowhere, so I put my chair down, walked over to the cafeteria, and sat down in front of an empty coffee shop. It looked like it was still open. There's a half-filled pot of coffee in the back, pastries, sandwiches displayed in the glass. All the lights still on, it was just devoid of any staff. Then I realized that the only people in the entire building seemed to be the people who'd been writing the exam. It was a fact that bothered me so much I forced myself not to dwell on it. I was tired, starving. So I went behind the counter and I poured myself some coffee, grabbed one of the sandwiches. A bit later, I was joined by Rachel and a few others. Others have gone off in different directions, likely still in search of another exit. Another group continues trying to break through the wall, and every now and then they'll walk out of the hole with their shirts drenched in sweat, holding broken chairs. They'll come over, grab more before going back in. Their expressions are trance-like. I can see that some of their hands are bleeding. As I was writing this, I got a text back from James. He says that he went to the building, he saw it surrounded by cops and police tape, said that he tried getting up close but was stopped, told it was a no-go zone, though they'd refused to give him any explanation. Said he saw all the entrances covered by what looked like large white tents, each one guarded by officers wearing body armor, holding rifles. I've been planning on asking him to contact the police. I was hoping that might help. But now I really don't know what to do. It's 10 p.m. here. We've been in this building for just over 12 hours. By now, we've searched the entire place about a dozen times over, checking every corner, every hallway, every room, coming to the same conclusion every time. On the third floor, we found a maintenance room and a ladder, presumably leading to the roof. We broke through the hatch and... you know what we found? A bunch of wet dirt. As if the building had somehow become buried underground. The dirt was at least soft enough that if we were really inclined to, we might be able to crawl up through it, but we're not desperate enough for that. Not yet. We're sitting in the library now. We moved away from the cafeteria because the group digging into the wall was starting to freak us out. They were looking worse for wear every time they came back out, faces dripping with sweat, the skin on their hands slowly tearing away. Cafeteria was running out of chairs. We tried convincing them to stop, told them that they must have excavated hundreds of feet of drywall, and yet they were still going nowhere. But they wouldn't listen. They almost seemed possessed, deathly intent on the idea that eventually they'd make it out. I got a message from James telling me that there's still police surrounding every inch of the building, that they've expanded the perimeter so that nobody can get a good look at it. Multiple SWAT teams have arrived. There's heard sporadic gunshots ringing through the air. I don't want to say that we've given up, but we really don't know what to do. There's 4 of us here, Rachel, Jason, Amira, and myself. We didn't know Jason or Amira. We just happened to end up together. Most people have split off into smaller groups, though. I've seen a few sitting or standing by themselves.
We've been talking a lot, trying to figure it out, to rationalize things. Amira thinks we've ended up in hell, and that it explains why everyone else has disappeared. I told her that doesn't make any sense. I mean, because why us? Huh? Why a bunch of university students writing a philosophy exam? She looked at me, asked if I'd ever done anything terrible. I told her sure, but so was almost everybody else. So why were we singled out? She didn't respond to that. She then changed the topic, asked us what we'd seen on the second page of our exams. I thought about that strange-looking machine, about how it seemed so familiar, but I still couldn't place it. I guess it was some memory that'd been buried too deep. Amira told us that the only thing on her paper had been a sketch of a man's face. Middle-aged, disheveled hair, scars all across. She said she'd seen that man before, a long time ago. She'd been on a family vacation on a beach somewhere. It was nighttime. She'd snuck out of the hotel with a cousin. They were sitting on the sand in the dark, staring out at the ocean when they saw a figure ahead, sitting waist deep in the water. Each wave that rolled onto the beach was heavy enough to completely submerge the guy, but this didn't seem to bother him. He just sat there. This entire time they thought that he was facing towards the ocean, but then the clouds cleared and the moonlight revealed that he was actually looking straight at them, staring with eyes so wide he had to be forcing them open. She said that he stood up, and seconds later he was running towards them. Of course, they immediately began sprinting away, but by the time Amira got back to the hotel, her friend was no longer there. She told her parents and police were involved, and neither of them were ever found. Jason said that his paper contained only a phone number. 123-456-7890. The same number he'd gotten a call from the day that his former roommate had committed suicide. He was in his old apartment working on an assignment when he saw the number pop up on his screen. Bored and curious, he picked it up. He said that the voice on the other end was robotic, genderless. It sounded automated. And the only thing it said was that his roommate, Kyle, was about to die. He thought it was some fucked up prank until he heard a banging noise coming from Kyle's room. He rushed over there and swung open the door, and Kyle was standing on a chair in the middle of the room with a noose around his neck. There was a little girl sitting on the windowsill behind him, wearing a large hat that covered her eyes and nose. Kyle grinned at him before suddenly kicking the chair away. Jason tried to save him, but he wasn't able to. After Kyle went unconscious, the little girl started to laugh at him and then jumped out of the window. They were on the 17th floor, and then he remembered that Kyle never had a window in his room. The police were never able to trace the call. It came back as a dead number. This entire time, Rachel hadn't said anything at all. The blood had drained from her skin, and she was staring down at the floor. We assured her that she didn't have to talk about it if she wasn't comfortable talking about it. She took a deep breath and said that her exam had a Polaroid photo taped to it. A photo of herself in her childhood bedroom, taken from inside the closet. She said that she had a boyfriend in high school named Chris. One night, they were both sitting in her room, and for whatever reason, they began to argue. It turned ugly, and then Chris ran into her closet and shut the door. She thought that he was being immature and told him to come out, but he said nothing and just stayed in there.
She then walked over and opened the door. But he wasn't there. And her closet was tiny. There was nowhere he could have been hiding. But then she heard a noise coming from above, coming from the ceiling. Something like somebody laughing, but not Chris's voice, like an elderly woman's. She closed the door and told her dad what had happened. He called the police and they searched the entire house, but they could neither find Chris nor the woman. Chris was never seen again. Then they all looked at me. I told them that I'd seen the diagram of some sort of machine, but that I genuinely couldn't remember what it was supposed to be. I'm not sure if they believed me, but none of them pressed me about it. Of course, it freaked me the fuck out, because if those things had happened to them, then what the fuck happened to me? What was my brain trying to erase? Amira suggested that we go back into the exam room so I could take a look at it, jog my memory. I told her absolutely the hell not, that I had no interest in finding out, but then Rachel said that she was pretty sure she'd left her phone charger in that room. So she was going to go over there anyway. We agreed to accompany her. When we got there, we found that somebody had turned the lights off. Problem was, we didn't know exactly where the lights were. Maybe somewhere on the rightmost wall. We walked inside and I was about to turn on my phone flashlight when Rachel stopped me. She told us to be quiet. So we did. And then we could hear it. The faint sound of several pencils scribbling against paper. As our eyes adjusted to the dark, we could make out the silhouettes of several figures sitting down hunched over the desks. We ran out of there and shut the door behind us, and then barricaded it with chairs. On our way back to the library, we passed by the hole in the wall and noticed that it had gone silent. It hadn't been silent for a while. Jason took this to mean that they'd finally tunneled their way back outside, that they just hadn't bothered coming back in to let us know. I wasn't so sure about that, but he'd already ran inside. We followed after him, doing our best to traverse through the crooked, uneven path. It was surprising just how long it stretched on for, but at some point, the air started to become so cold and crisp, and then we could see daylight. Gray and muted, but unmistakable against the darkness. Jason became ecstatic. He turned around with his huge smile on his face and said that we'd done it, that we were going to make it out. But something wasn't right about this because there shouldn't have been daylight. Because he was half past midnight. He began running faster, and we struggled to keep up, but soon the tunnel had reached its end. Soon we were outside, just not anywhere I recognized, not anywhere where we should have been. Somehow we were now out in the fucking ocean. Thick gray clouds rolled across the sky above, heavy thunder rumbling in the distance. Rain came down in a light drizzle. In front of us was what looked like a giant metal platform, like a vast, sprawling sewer grate hovering above the water. I was hesitant to step on it, but I tested it with my foot and it seemed to be sturdy. We walked out onto it and looked around, though it was hard to describe what we saw. It was like a floating city constructed entirely out of steel. The more I looked around, the more uncanny the architecture seemed. The buildings were too pointed, almost sword-like. They were also built in a way that seemed haphazard, nonsensical. There were vast stretches of empty space, but also areas where several buildings converged into one, forming a grotesque-looking metallic behemoth of a structure. They almost looked like giant metal tumors. Some buildings were tall enough to pierce the clouds, while others were no larger than a shed. Some of them were unorthodox shapes. There was a pyramid, a sphere, a pentagon. Some buildings seemed to be hovering in the air without any visible support. There were lights in some of the windows, though. There didn't seem to be anybody around. The air smelled like raw fish, smoke, gasoline. There was a constant grating noise in the background. It sounded like metal being sharpened. Every time lightning flashed above the clouds, we could see the outline of colossal figures in the sky. One of them looked like a human skull, another like a serpent with thousands of tendrils. Jason's expression took a sharp turn from hopeful to unbridled anguish. He knelt down, he buried his face in his hands. We tried to pull him to his feet, but he wouldn't budge. Rachel pointed out somebody in the distance, standing on top of one of the buildings. We thought it could have been Arnold because he was wearing the same red shirt. It looked like he was watching us. We debated whether or not we should try to call out to him, but we decided to stay silent. And after a while, he walked off the edge, plummeting what looked like hundreds of feet down to the platform. The fall should have been enough to turn his body into a pancake, but he landed. He landed perfectly on his feet, seeming no worse for wear. But then, he got down on all fours and began crawling towards us. It was a shocking enough visual that it kind of paralyzed us for a moment before we were able to regain our bearings. We turned, we bolted back towards the tunnel, but we couldn't find Jason. We looked around until we saw him sitting on the rails at the edge of the platform. We called out to him, but he paid us no attention. And then he jumped. Before he could even hit the water, a gigantic pale hand shot up from the ocean, grabbed him, dragged him down. I looked at my feet through the openings in the platform. Hovering just below the surface of the water was what looked like a human face. Probably about a dozen feet wide. The best I can describe the expression on his face is that of enthusiastic malice. As if it just couldn't wait to hurt us. I looked back at Arnold, and now he was close enough for us to see that his head had been twisted all the way around. We ran back into the tunnel, crashing through the drywall until we made it back inside the building. We began barricading it with tables, chairs, whatever we could find, but nothing followed us back. We sat on the floor and we caught our breaths. We're still sitting here. There's been little discussion about what we just saw. Seems like we're all at a loss for words. So we've just seen a group of students walking out of the cafeteria, each one carrying a kitchen knife. We asked them what they were doing. When they turned to face us, we could see their forearms were all caked with blood. They told us they'd found a way out through the basement, that there was a hidden tunnel in one of the walls that would take us outside, but that first they needed to get rid of the people blocking the way. They asked us if we wanted to join, that there was a lot of people down there and that they could use our help. Rachel asked them what these people looked like. They told us, like statues. Large, pale, naked, stiff. But they knew that they weren't statues because they screamed and bled. And they could be killed. They asked us again if we wanted to join. And the most disturbing part was that they didn't seem to be crazed or delusional. Their expression was lucid. Their voices earnest. Maybe they were telling the truth. But we still couldn't do it. We continued sitting there. We We're starting to hear strange things, muffled chanting coming from beneath us, heavy footsteps from directly above us, as if several people had started running around in circles. One of the doors next to us suddenly opened, but nobody came out. We all got up and walked away from it. We walked back into the library, but now we weren't alone. We found some more students in there, 3 of them, huddled tightly together near one of the desks. They glanced over at us as we walked in, but they just as quickly looked away. We sat down across from them, tried talking to them, asking how they were holding up. But they only gave us one-word answers before shrinking back into their group. They were now whispering to each other with these huge smiles on their faces, clearly trying to hold back laughter. Every now and then they'd glance towards us, and their laughter would go up a pitch, become more boisterous. Soon they were just openly cackling, tears coming out of their eyes, fists pounding the table. Finally, we snapped and screamed at them, asked them what the fuck was supposed to be so funny. It was like a switch had been flipped and they all went silent, their expressions frozen in this hateful glare. One of them stared directly at me and asked if I remembered what happened during that camping trip in Colorado. I asked them what the fuck they're talking about. "You don't remember the cabin," the guy responded. And that was enough for my brain to connect things. A rush of memories came flooding back, memories that had been repressed for a reason. Immediately, I stood up and stormed out of the library. Behind me, I could hear them starting to laugh again. Rachel and Amir followed me out, asking me what that was about. I told them that I now remembered where I'd seen that machine. I'm not sure exactly how old I was. Maybe my early teens. We were on our annual family camping trip in the mountains. It was my parents, my brother Derek, and myself. One night, Derek and I were walking through the woods while our parents were preparing dinner. It was evening, the sky above a brilliant orange-red as the sun prepared to set. We didn't wander too far from the camp. We knew the woods well, but not well enough. We weren't dumb. Which is why we were surprised to find a cabin sitting in the middle of a clearing. We'd surveyed the area so thoroughly before settling on a place to pitch our tents that there's almost no chance we wouldn't have come across it in the process, but there it was. What we found strange was how well maintained it seemed to be. The wood had yet to start rotting, the paint was immaculate, and the windows were clean. There were even flowers growing out of several colorful pots placed around the entrance. If it had looked like something out of a horror movie instead of some grandma's retirement home, I'm sure we would have ran back to our parents and told them about it, but instead, we became curious. We took the bait. We walked up to the door and prepared to knock on it, only to find that it was already slightly open. At that moment, I remember feeling a cool wind coming out from the crack. I didn't like it. It frightened me. I told Derek that we should leave, but he waved me off and pushed the door open the rest of the way. The interior of the place didn't match what we'd seen outside. It was completely empty. I mean, it was just one large room, no doors, no stairs leading to a second floor despite there being a balcony above, peeling walls, dust covering every surface, a heavy smell of mothballs. Everything about it was just a big fuck no. The only thing inside was the machine. It was just sitting there a few feet away from the entrance, about the size of a basketball. Once again, I implored Derek to get the hell out of there, but he wasn't listening. He seemed transfixed by the thing, his eyes glued to it as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. It almost looked like he was in a trance or something. It freaked me the fuck out. I tried physically dragging him away, but it was like his feet were glued to the floor. I had to shake him for well over a minute to finally snap him out of it. We went back to our campsite. And remembering the next part filled me with guilt and regret. We never ended up telling our parents about the cabin. There had been nobody inside, so no danger, right? We forgot about it. We ate dinner and went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night and I saw that Derek was no longer in his sleeping bag. I looked around for him, eventually spotting him disappearing into the trees. I grabbed my flashlight and followed after him, but he was moving fast. I started sprinting and calling out to him, asking him where the hell he was going. I chased him all the way towards the cabin, but he had already gone inside by the time I had reached the clearing. The door was wide open and there was a dim light emanating from inside. I slowed my pace. I really didn't want to follow him inside, but I continued to inch my way closer. I was only a few feet away when a man appeared inside the doorway, nearly giving me a heart attack. He looked to be in his 70s, extremely tall, sickly thin. Thick black veins bulging across his hands and arms, wearing a tattered suit, bearing this forced smile, his mouth filled with large, fake-looking teeth. He waved once at me before suddenly slamming the door shut. I ran back to our campsite. I told my parents what had happened. My dad grabbed his gun while my mom started packing everything up. I led him over to the clearing, and he told me to go back and wait with my mom before storming up to the house and kicking down the door. We waited for about 15 minutes before he came back, carrying Derek in his arms. He continued carrying him as we hiked down the mountain in the darkness. I remember him looking over his shoulder every few seconds. Nobody said a word. Not even as we made it back to the parking lot, got inside of our car and began driving away. I tried talking to Derek, but he was unresponsive. He was completely out of it. His eyes glazed over in a way that terrified me. Of course, my mom and I both pleaded my dad for answers, but he didn't offer one. He stayed completely silent until we made it back home. He dropped my mom and I off before telling us that he was taking Derek to the hospital. He didn't explain what for. Derek never came back home. He stayed in the hospital for a few months until he was transferred to a different facility, put under the care of specialists, as I'd been told. I didn't know what it meant back then, and I still have no idea. I never saw my brother again. My dad never explained what he saw in that cabin. As you can guess, it kind of drove me mad over the years. I wanted answers so bad to the point where I tried going back up the mountain myself several years later. I never found that cabin again. And when my dad found out what I'd done, he sent me to a psychiatrist named John. I think he was a psychiatrist. I don't really remember his title, but I guess he did a great job because I ended up repressing the entire thing, replacing it with a false sequence of memories. My brother had fallen ill shortly after our trip. He never recovered from it. This is the story my brain had run with all these years. And quite frankly, I think I was better off for it. This was a horrible fucking thing to suddenly remember. I guess I must have looked pretty mortified because Rachel came over and tried to comfort me, telling me the same things that John had. How it wasn't my fault. How there's nothing I could have done. I didn't believe John then. I didn't believe Rachel now. But I still appreciated the effort. The past was the past. Effort was wasted dwelling on it. Amira, on the other hand, hadn't said anything. She was just staring at me with this confused expression. After a while, she asked me something. Are you sure that's what happened? I asked her why she was asking me that. Because we're in hell, she responded. They'd want you to think that. They'd want you to think every horrible thing imaginable. Rachel rolled her eyes, asked her to quit it. That's not productive, she explained. Just stop. I was never at that beach, Amira continued, ignoring her. There was no man. I had no cousin. None of it happened. I asked her why she had suddenly changed her mind, because earlier she had seemed so convinced that this was something that had actually happened to her. Because the devil's here, she responded. Rachel asked her if that was supposed to be a metaphor or something. No, the devil's here right now. I can see him. She pointed to somewhere behind us. Rachel and I turned around. We couldn't see anything at first. It was just a dark hallway. But then our eyes adjusted and we could discern a head peeking out from one of the open lockers. I asked Amir how she knew that was the devil. She said that it spoke to her. But not through words, that it was trying to taunt her, trying to drive fear into her heart. If that's the devil, then why are you smiling? Rachel asked. Shouldn't we get the fuck away from him? We won't escape him. But we don't have to be scared of him either. Because that's what he wants. Her smile grew wider. Just don't give him what he wants. Then we'll all be fine. Rachel shook her head. What the fuck are you talking about? She grabbed Amir's hand, tried to pull her away from the hallway, but she wouldn't budge. Suddenly all the locker doors swung open at once. We froze, staring into the dark. Please, Rachel whispered, now a quiver in her voice. Don't do this. Let's go. Amir kept smiling. I'm not afraid. Rachel shook her head, looked at me. Run, she said. So we did. We didn't hear any footsteps behind us, but we could hear Amir continuing to shout at the top of her lungs for the devil to come get her, that she wasn't afraid. It lasted only a few seconds before she went quiet. We didn't really know where to go, and nowhere felt particularly safe. There was another library on the second floor, but we'd have to move past the bridge to get to it. So we avoided that. We decided to head towards the food court, which was also on the second floor, but all the way on the other end. The closer we got to it, the more we could smell something. Like burning meat in the air. Something getting exponentially stronger with every step we took. Soon the air had become dark with rancid smoke. We pulled our shirts up over our noses and peeked out from around the corner leading to the court. We could see 5 or 6 of our fellow students sitting in a circle in front of the subway. Laid in between them was what looked like a charred, burning corpse. They were just staring at it. Sitting close enough to the flames, they should have been suffocated by it. The students were rocking slowly back and forth, heads tilted slightly to the ceiling. They were making these weird twitching motions with their hands. Their fingers were all horrifically bent and twisted. Then we blinked and the fire disappeared. No water dumped on it, nothing to suffocate it. It was just gone in an instant, inexplicably deleted from the universe. The students stopped, and we stood there in pin-drop silence until the burnt, smoking figure sat up on its own. And that's when we realized how big it was. Its shoulders rising well past their heads. We turned around, backed away as silently as we could. Currently, we're taking refuge in some random classroom. And it seems safe in here. But whatever else that's happened, who knows when that'll change. We can't stay here forever. We need to figure something out. We decided to go up to the 3rd floor. Not sure what we were hoping to find, but where else could we go? The 3rd floor consisted mostly of smaller classrooms, an administrative office, a small student pub tucked away in one of the corners. We headed for the pub, breathing simultaneous sighs of relief once we found it empty. I sat at the bar while Rachel went behind it and began pouring up 2 rum and cokes, both with more rum than coke. She sat next to me, finished the drink in one gulp, and then buried her face in her hands. She asked me if I thought Amira was right, if we really were in hell. I sipped my drink and told her that I didn't, but that I also didn't have an explanation for what this could have been, if not hell. That I couldn't even really believe it was happening. That it all felt so surreal. That I wasn't fully convinced that this wasn't a dream. Rachel said that this couldn't have been a dream, so I asked her what she thought it was. After some thinking, she said that maybe all of us had just gotten extremely unlucky, marked to suffer at the hands of some unknowable cosmic force for reasons we were never meant to understand. I nodded and made myself another drink. She looked at me. "Do you think we still have a chance of getting out of here?" she asked. I told her that even if I didn't, I wouldn't have admitted it. That it was better to be optimistically delusional than to give up. She smiled and said that she liked that answer, and that I better not go insane on her or else she'll kill me. I told her likewise, and we grabbed some knives from the cabinet behind the bar and then ventured back out. As we were walking, Rachel asked me if it seemed darker now. I considered this carefully. It was just barely noticeable, but I could tell that it was. And in a strange way, it wasn't as if the lights themselves had dimmed, more so that it was being smothered by something. The air just seemed thicker, heavier, weighed down by some intangible element. We discovered the source of it when we walked over to the atrium and looked down over the railings at the lower floors. At first it was hard to understand what we were seeing. It looked like the 1st floor had been completely submerged by a void, just a blanket of sheer gloom extending nearly halfway up to the 2nd floor. Thick, dark spirals drifting up from it like smoke, gradually spreading through the air. But unlike smoke, it felt cold. Slowly, it was becoming harder to breathe, the air growing saturated by this inscrutable stench. Something sharp, pungent, metallic, as if an old medicine cabinet had been doused with blood and then lit on fire. We then noticed that it was rising, getting closer to us, not just the smoke, but the actual darkness itself, as if it were being pumped in from somewhere. It wasn't moving fast, but eventually it would reach us. We backed away from the railing and then stared at each other, as if the other person might have an answer. Which, of course, neither of us did. The panic hits much harder when time becomes your enemy, when the threat is so ominous but still yet to be defined. But what happened when it reached us? We were determined not to find out. We took some deep breaths and then settled on a purely logical approach. The darkness was moving up towards us, so how could we escape it? By moving up ourselves, Rachel said. I was about to ask her how until I realized where she was going with this. The maintenance room. The hatch. The dirt. Theoretically, it could be a way out, maybe the only way out. I just didn't like it. I wasn't a fan. She asked if I had any other suggestions. I told her I didn't. I tried to come up with something, but my brain was firing blanks. I looked back over the railing. The darkness was still climbing, getting closer, and now I could see something poking up from it. It was a gigantic head connected to a thick, dark, slimy stalk which was connected to God knows what. It hovered in place for a while before turning up to look at us. It was Jason's head, bloated up to about 10 times the size it should have been. His skin had become a painful-looking dark purple, his eyes bloodshot and nearly bulging out of their sockets. His mouth was hanging open, his jaw slack to the point of appearing dislocated. He released this loud and awful croaking noise, something so inhuman that mere exposure to it induced a type of dread I had never felt before. There was something inside his mouth. It looked like a pale spider with the head of a wrinkled old man. He was just crawling around on his tongue, sporadically looking up and grinning. Suddenly the idea of crawling through dirt didn't seem so bad. I backed away and told Rachel that we needed to get to the maintenance room ASAP. I must have looked pretty terrified because she asked me what I'd seen down there. I told her. She didn't want to know. She decided to look away. Seconds later, we were both running. The maintenance room was all the way on the other end of the building, but if we moved fast, we could get there in just a few minutes. Problem was, we couldn't move very fast. The air had become so thick that we nearly drowned in it. We had to inhale several large mouthfuls just to get enough oxygen to move forward a few steps. And that was another problem. The air itself was so extremely bitter that it was burning our throats and nostrils. The smoke was so heavy that it was hard to keep our eyes open for more than a few seconds before they started to sting like hell. And if all that wasn't enough, the light had been reduced to a fraction of its original brightness. It was hard to tell where we were going at all. But desperation's a pretty powerful force. We were convinced that all we needed to do was reach the maintenance room and we'd be free from this nightmare, and we didn't need to rationalize it. The fear of turning into one of those grotesque bloated heads was visceral enough to drive us ahead. Of course, it wasn't easy. In fact, I never thought something could be so excruciating. When I fell to my knees with a sharp stinging in my chest, Rachel helped me up. And when it happened to her, I did the same. Before we cleared the atrium, I took one last look over the railing to find that Jason's head had been joined by about a dozen more, all vaguely familiar faces that had been swollen and mutated into some horrendous version of the people they once were. Now the darkness had reached the second floor. By the time that we rounded the corner leading to the maintenance room, we were too compromised to stand. Unable to do much more than crawl, still, we pulled ourselves forward, our lungs aching and eyes burning. We could just barely see the outline of the door. We were so close. And then we could see nothing at all. Not that it mattered, because we could no longer open our eyes without it feeling like they were being pierced by several hundred needles at once. Now every breath we tried to take seemed to get stuck in our throats, as if the air had turned into concrete. We were forced to hold it. We couldn't have been more than a few feet away, so we just kept crawling, feeling along the wall until we found the door. As we searched for the handle, we could hear that croaking noise echoing off the walls, much louder now, like several voices in unison, ones that sounded dangerously close. My head was flooded with images of those bloated heads floating towards us with their mouths wide open, the spider creatures ready to jump out at us and do who knows the fuck what. We managed to open the door before any of them could reach us, and once we were in, we wasted no time slamming it shut. It was pitch black inside. But now we could breathe. Now we could actually open our eyes. I took my phone and turned the flashlight on, half expecting to find some monstrosity staring down in the darkness. But there was nothing. We were alone. We gave ourselves a breather before looking for the light switch and then flipping it on. There were still traces of the smoke floating around from when we'd opened the door, but not enough for it to be suffocating. It was safe in here, for the time being. We could still hear the croaking through the wall, still getting louder, as if those things knew exactly where we were and had honed in on us. We barricaded the door with whatever miscellaneous shit we could find. A desk, some chairs, some buckets. I'm not sure why we were convinced it would help, but I guess it provided a modicum of comfort. We both took a deep breath and then opened up the hatch. Some clumps of dirt fell through. Now the croaking had turned into a roar. It sounded like it was right outside the door. There was a loud bang, and the room shook. One of the walls cracked. We looked at each other. Last chance to back out, but where the hell would we go? We climbed up the ladder and into the dirt. Never in my life had I imagined what crawling through sheer dirt might feel like, but it's hard to understate just how miserable of an experience it was. The weight of the earth crushing you from every angle, cold, damp soil clinging to your skin, your hair, soaking into your clothes, catching mouthfuls of soil as you struggle desperately to climb upwards. Every inch demanding almost every ounce of strength you have to offer. And the entire time we could still hear the croaking from below, feeling the rhythmic force of something pounding up against the ceiling like a drum beat through the dirt. At some point it sounded like something had managed to tear the ceiling apart. We just kept climbing. I lost track of exactly where Rachel was, but I could hear her struggling somewhere close by. I'm not sure how long we crawled for. It must have been a few minutes, but it also could have been an hour. My arms had never felt so heavy. I'd never felt so much strain on my lungs. The stench, the taste of metal, minerals, and earth was overwhelming that I was forced to swallow back puke. Sometimes I'd feel something biting my skin and I'd thrash my limbs until it stopped. But as bad as it got, I never stopped. It wasn't an option. I died from exhaustion before accepting whatever fate awaited us below. It was like ecstasy when I finally saw light. The smell of fresh air was sweet, warm enough to feel like a nice, dry blanket against my cold, wet skin. I pulled the rest of my body up to the surface just as my muscles surrendered for good. I flopped onto the ground, catching my breath, savoring the relief. After a while, I found the energy to sit up. I was in a forest. A strange one. The trees were like skyscrapers. Extremely thick trunks, extremely tall, standing to the sky. The branches were all a zigzag shape, interlacing with each other to form a bizarre but kind of beautiful pattern above. The plants around me were odd but stunning at the same time. Gigantic mushrooms that pulsed with neon light, colorful bushes with gelatinous orbs stuck into them, flowers over 6 feet tall, with tentacle-like protrusions that moved with the breeze. All around me were alien noises coming from hidden creatures. I got the sense that they all were aware of my presence. They just didn't want to be seen. But the place didn't feel dangerous. If anything, it was peaceful. I was too busy being blown away by it all that I'd forgotten about Rachel. She still hadn't made it up. I considered that maybe she'd become disoriented, started crawling in the wrong direction. I tried calling out to her. When I got no response, I began to dig back down. I didn't go far. Soon her head popped up from the dirt. Her face was covered by mud in a few areas where it wasn't. I could see that her skin had become beet red. She was coughing, gagging violently. I crawled over and helped pull her out the rest of the way. She knelt down and violently dry heaved before puking up a mouthful of dirt and vomit. She wiped the dirt away from her face as she gasped for air. I could see tears rolling down her cheeks. Happy tears. She was smiling. But we didn't linger. There was no guarantee that those things wouldn't eventually follow us up, so as soon as we'd recovered enough strength, we chose a direction at random, and we began walking. The soft dirt floor soon gave way to firmer grass, and after a while, we found a man-made path. There was a tree in front of it with what looked like a huge red arrow spray-painted across the trunk, pointing left. We debated with each other about whether or not to follow it. Rachel argued that it could have been a trap. I argued that it was a breadcrumb left by somebody who had been in a similar position to ourselves. We argued for a long time, switching positions every so often until we ultimately decided that our best option was just to follow it. It turned out to be a good decision. It first led us to a creek with water so unadulterated, so crystal clear, that we almost felt bad about using it to wash the dirt from our skin and clothes. There was another message spray-painted into the grass in front of it. drinkable. The water was cold, smooth going down our throats. It tasted vaguely like honey. Then we continued on the path. Whenever it forked into multiple paths, there was always an arrow painted somewhere to guide us. As we walked, we encountered various different creatures. All of them bore some degree of resemblance to animals and insects we'd seen before, but not fully. Their colors were bright. Their skin and fur far more luminous. Their anatomy more beautifully intricate than anything we were familiar with. A stark contrast from whatever the hell we'd just escaped. We counted 22 arrows before we finally arrived at a small cabin in a clearing. I suppose the best way to describe it was rustic. Small structure, somewhat haphazard in appearance, but strangely inviting at the same time. We walked up to the front door, still somewhat wary about entering. We looked at each other, came to a silent agreement that we may as well, that we've already come so far. We knocked. When nobody answered, we tried the handle. Inside, it smelled like wood, coffee, cigarettes. The place was bare bones save for a small desk. There was somebody sitting up in the chair behind it, sleeping with his face pointed to the ceiling and his mouth wide open. A young man with messy blonde hair wearing a jacket and jeans. A rifle was laid across his lap, one of his fingers still firm on the trigger. One of his hands was bandaged up. On the desk was a collection of paper, pens, notebooks, knives, box of ammunition, a steaming cup. We didn't immediately try to wake him, at the risk of startling the guy and having him pump us full of lead. We didn't have to. Soon an alarm clock went off and he jostled awake. When he saw us, he shrieked, began fumbling around with the rifle for long enough that we could have run over and snatched it away if we really wanted to. But we didn't. Once he'd gotten it steady in his hands, he stood up and pointed at us. We put our hands up. He just stared at us for a while before lowering it, letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank God," he said. "I'm so sorry. It's just nobody's come through for a long fucking time. Wasn't expecting it." And he smiled. "Glad to see you," he said. "I mean, I'm not glad that you're here, but it just gets so lonely sometimes. Nice to talk to somebody." We asked him where the hell we were. He shook his head. Took a long exhale. "I'd be lying if I told you that I understood any of this," he said. "But I'll fill you in on what I can. Just be prepared to listen. It'll take a while." He walked over to a counter at the back of the room, upon which sat a pot of steaming black liquid. He poured out 2 cups of it, and then walked back over, handing one to each of us. "Black coffee with honey, pure grain alcohol," he told us, before sitting back down. "So, first things first, I gotta know. Where were you guys?" I asked him what he meant. I mean, where were you when you became trapped? Where all the crazy shit started. I was in a parking garage, getting ready to leave work. We told him that we were in a university, which seemed to disappoint him. He said that was boring, that somebody named Hansen had been in an abandoned insane asylum on a remote Arctic island, a journalist trying to uncover evidence of clandestine government experiments. To imagine what kind of shit he went through. We asked him who Hansen was. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an ancient-looking carton of cigarettes. He struck a match, lit one of them, took a few drags before answering. "Well, he's a survivor. We all are. And now, so are you two." "You see him?" Clancy asked Roger, the 2 of them crouching behind the fence. "Shut up. He's gonna hear us," Roger hissed, pressing his eye to the splintery wood. It was after sunset, and if their mothers realized they weren't home yet, the boys would have been in big trouble. They didn't care, though. They wanted to look at this monstrous fella who lived in the creepy old house at the end of the block, the one who only came out after dark. Thomas Baldhu was known to almost everyone in Chambliss. It was a small town, a town built on coal and lumber, and the population was rarely over 20,000. As such, the large and foreboding house at the end of Fortner Lane stood out like a sore thumb in a town of mostly trailers and ranch homes. The house in question was Baldhu's place. It loomed like a gargoyle at the end of the cul-de-sac. No one knew how long it had been there. But some of the kids had seen a picture of the manor in old paintings from the early days of the town. They say it had been occupied by the town's founder, and when he'd been arrested after a string of children had gone missing, someone new had taken up residence there. Someone who only came out after dark. The mob hadn't waited for justice to be served, it was said. They had dragged Thomas from his cell and beheaded him in the street, something that was the custom in certain places. Afterwards, the townspeople had wanted to go and see what sort of things the town's founder had in his now empty home. But when the lights kept coming on and a strange figure was seen around the grounds, they thought the magnificent manor might be haunted. They assumed it would eventually fall to pieces without someone to take care of it, but instead, the house remained. It even seemed to thrive under the care of whoever owned it. People had seen a shadowy figure making changes to the house for years, maintaining the grounds and fixing the damage to the ancient 3-story. But no one had ever met him. That was 100 years ago, and as the town grew up, the house remained as a mystery within Chambliss. No one in town still believed the house was haunted, but they knew someone was living there. Whoever they were extremely recluse. When people came to the house, no one ever answered the door. If you approached the person while they were in the yard, they always retreated inside. No one knew who they were or what relation they might have to the old founder. But they did know one thing about the owner of the house, and that was that he loved Halloween. The owner of the house may not be social the other 364 days of the year, but on Halloween, they threw the gates open and passed out the choicest candy and the best tricks. As the boys watched, the yard was always being prepared for the coming holiday. The front porch was festooned with pumpkins, the yard was set with gravestones and half-buried caskets, and the cobwebs and bats were thick in every tree. The trees in the yard always looked skeletal, despite how much attention he paid to the lawn, and they added to the aesthetic of the house. No one could be sure, but everyone was pretty sure that the creepy nature of the homestead was intentional. The wood was dark, painted a deep brown, and stained like dark chocolate. The windows always glowed with something like candlelight, and the house just seemed to lean malevolently. Beyond those gates, it was Halloween every day for whoever lived there. "What's he doing?" Clancy asked. The crack he was peeking through wasn't very wide, and Roger had the better vantage point with his knothole. "He's filling orange bags with leaves for the yard jack-o'-lanterns." "How does he see?" Clancy asked. The scritch-scratch of the man's rake constant as he collected up his medium. "Dunno. Doesn't even have the porch light on. Maybe he's raking by pumpkin light." Clancy wanted to look over the fence, but he didn't dare. Both boys assumed the man would just leave if he thought they were watching, but you could never be sure. When Clancy's mother called his name, the boy, stiffened like a goose, had walked over his grave. They could see the person in the yard stiffen too, looking in the direction of the call as he turned to the fence. In the gathering shadows, they could see that he was dressed in jeans and a sweater, clothes that would look as acceptable for yard work as they would on a homeless man. The garments hung off him, his body thin and emaciated, and people in town thought he might be sick. His voice, however, did not match his appearance. The voice everyone heard when they did business with him was rich, cultured, full of vigor. Many of the women secretly held affection for him, saying his voice sounded like one of the men from the romance novel covers they all read while their husbands were at work. They would have to imagine what his face might look like, though, because he never came into town. He would call the local businesses and tell them he needed supplies delivered to his house about twice a year. Wood, decorations, candy, various and other sundry things that he used to fix up the house or get ready for the holidays. He never called the grocer or the butcher, however, and people weren't sure what he was eating up there. Whatever it was, it kept him going, and he continued to tirelessly work on the house and the grounds by moonlight. "Roger!" came the shrill call from farther down the block. "Roger, it's past curfew, boy. You'd better get home before your dinner gets cold." "Crap," Roger said, taking his eyes off the yard as he turned back towards the home. "She sounds mad." "We better go," Clancy whispered, feeling very exposed in the pool of illumination from the streetlight. "Yeah, might be a..." "Are you boys quite all right?" said a cultured voice from behind them. Both boys jumped like someone had lashed them with a belt. They looked back, shaking, as the shadow of the stranger fell across them. In the gloom of the yard, he appeared to be a large, thin man, but now he loomed over the boys like a giant from a fable. Both had barely gotten a good look at the stranger before the lamp overhead popped and left them standing in the gathering darkness. Both yelled in terror, scrambling away from the fence as they beat feet up the street for home. As startled by the lamp as the man, he watched them go, his face obscured by gloom, except for his eyes. Both boys would swear later that they had seen 2 red flickers where his eyes should be. Both boys would also swear that his head had been a grinning skull until the day they died. "It was probably just a mask, Roger," Clancy said as they walked to school the next day. He could still feel the sting his dad put on his bottom for being out past dark, and his mother had scolded him for bothering the nice man who lived at the Baldhu place. "He's never hurt anyone, and he'll never feel like he can introduce himself to the neighborhood if you kids keep bothering him." She had colored a little as she said it, and some of the snap in his father's hand could have been because he'd noticed. Many of the men in town were hoping that the mystery man would stay in his house and leave their wives to their daydreams. "Mask nothing," Roger said. "That was a skull with 2 red eyes. You and I both saw it." "I don't know," Clancy hedged, not wanting another whipping from his dad for bothering people. His dad had been passed up for another promotion at the paper mill, and he was ornery these days. His mother had tried to console him, saying that he would get it next time, but he'd been sitting in the den with a case of beer in a foul mood lately. "What I know is that someone with a skeleton head is living in our town, and we should let people know about it." "Yeah?" Clancy said skeptically. "And how are we going to do that? Mr. Baldhu never comes out or lets people see him, so how are we going to do anything?" "Just so happens we don't need him to come out. In 2 nights, Mr. Baldhu will open his gates and let kids in to trick-or-treat. He always has a spooky display where he hides so he can give people a good scare. If we can get close, we can snap a picture and get proof. You still got that instant camera?" Clancy nodded hesitantly. "Yeah, but if I break it, running away, my mom will literally kill me. It was a Christmas present, and it..." "We won't break it," Roger assured him. "Once we get proof, we'll be heroes. Imagine how cool it'll be if we snap a picture of the ghost that haunts Baldhu's place." Clancy thought about it, and as he thought of the kids at school chanting his name, he decided it might be worth the risk. He and Roger would be legends, and a reputation like that could take them all the way through middle school. "What's your costume this year?" Roger asked, though it sounded like it didn't matter. "I got a cardboard box robot that I made last year," Clancy said. His dad had helped him make it last year, back when he was in a better mood, and Clancy had added a little more spray paint the following weekend. That had earned him a loud scolding from his dad, too. Apparently, he had used the good spray paint, and not the cheap shit he had bought for him last year. Clancy had said that he was sorry and finished up with the other cans. It looked good now, and the thought that he might not get to wear it made him feel a little sad. It would surely be too small next year. "I've got another ninja costume that my grandma gave me for my birthday this year. Mom bought me a new one without thinking about it, and if we go as ninjas, we can make a hasty retreat once we get the picture." The logic was sound to Clancy. Ninjas would be faster than a clunky box robot, and he agreed to meet at Roger's house on Friday night. "Bring your camera, Don't be late. I want to hit some houses before we go get that big prize. It was edging up on 9 o'clock when the boys got to the gates of the Baldhu place. A few houses had turned into a 3-hour tour of 6 different neighborhoods, and when Roger realized what time it was, he had said a word that would have made Clancy's mom wash his mouth out with soap. The boys had run back to their neighborhood and left their candy at Roger's house before heading out again. Roger's mother had asked if they didn't have enough candy, but Roger said that they had one more house to hit before they packed it in. We have to get candy from Baldhu's house. They have the best treats in town. He had told them to be quick, and the 2 ninjas had headed back into the night. Now that they were standing here before the lair of the beast, Clancy was feeling a little unsure of the plan. Let's just go back, Roger, Clancy begged. We have enough candy, we don't really need to. But Roger stepped into the yard like he hadn't even heard him. Roger intended to get his treat this year. Clancy was left with no choice but to turn around or follow after, and his loyalty to his friend was too great to back down now. The yard was set up like a graveyard, and as they walked towards the house, Clancy jumped as a zombie lurched out of the coffin that had been set up. It growled and roared before descending back down again as it got ready for its next victim. Roger laughed as the kid in the ghost costume jumped in time with Clancy, glancing around to make sure he was the last before proceeding. It was late now, and the boys were the last 2 left on the property. If they were going to make their move, now would be the time. They made their way up the walkway, graves erupting to reveal zombies or skeletons that popped up with a mechanical growling noise. He had really gone all out this year, it seemed, and the boys expected a grave to contain the mysterious Mr. Baldhu at any minute. He would come stomping out dressed as a skeleton or a zombie, and they could trick him into bending down so they could snatch his mask off and reveal his face. Clancy was ready with his camera, and Roger had seen him snap several panic shots as they went. The closer they got to the house without encountering him, the more their nerves jangled. With every crackly, mechanical growl and yowl that split the air, the boys' trepidation rose, and as they mounted the stairs to the house, they felt a cold chill run up their backs. They had come midway when the door to the house opened up, revealing a rocking chair with a headless body seated in it. It held a bucket of candy in its lap, the chair creaking menacingly with every sway of the occupant. "Get the camera ready," Roger whispered, sneaking up to the chair. Clancy nodded, standing just inside the door as he tried to stop his knees from shaking. Roger came up to the bowl, his eyes boring into the headless thing as he reached into the mound of candy. He expected the jump, expected the scare, but he never expected the direction it might be coming from. Clancy watched through the little window, hands shaking as he waited to snap the picture. All at once, Roger shot his free hand from where the head should be on the rocker, trying to find its head. It should be right below the neckline, an easy grab, but as Roger patted the spot and found it solid, he cried out in pain. Something took hold of his rooted hand. He had been so intent on the shoulders, he hadn't bothered to take his hand from the candy bowl. Now something had a hold of it, and Roger was afraid it would tear it off. "Clancy! Clancy, help me!" he yelled, but the door slammed shut, sealing their fate. As the man stood up, Roger pulled his hand free of the bowl, and Clancy screamed in terror as the bloody skull chomped happily at it. It was an old skull, the bones red with blood, and the teeth were turning red as Roger's fingers were ground beneath them. Roger shook it only once, the pain too great to have it move much, and when the meaty snap washed over the boys, the skull hit the ground with nearly half the fingers still in his mouth. Roger fled, pounding on the door, as Clancy sputtered and cried for someone to help them. His camera flashed a few more times, but what it caught was anyone's guess. When the body bent down to get the head, tucking it under its arm, the skull seemed to tut as it worried down the finger into its non-existent throat. "Terribly sorry, boys. I know it's bad manners and a touch barbaric, but Bloody Bones here does love his treats on Halloween. I've had a limit to him. Missing children do make such a fuss, but the skull said as its bones turned up abruptly. Halloween is such a hectic time. Sometimes children go missing for one reason or another. The boys cowered as he came towards them, but their screams fell on deaf ears as the blood bones and raw head went about their business. The boys were searched for, but never found. The police came and searched Baldhu's place, but they never found the boys or its mysterious owner. Baldhu's place continued to stand to this day, and every Halloween there's a grand event with candy and decorations. Supplies are still delivered, the bills are always paid, and children sometimes go missing. No one can tell that when the townspeople beheaded Thomas Baldhu, they would create a legacy that would outlast even the town. None of them could know what they would create with the swing of that simple axe, or how it would haunt the town forevermore.
When I was 10, my mother searched through my Halloween candy for the first time, although she didn't say why. I'd snuck downstairs to hear the late-night news. I knew she was looking for needles, razor blades, and poison, like Ouija boards, haunted houses, crocodiles in the sewer, and the satanic messages on rock records. I thought the dangers of Halloween were probably just urban legends, but I couldn't be sure. I was having a sleepover with my best friend Chris, Sammy, and David that year. The late October sun was as fat and orange as a pumpkin when it disappeared beneath the smoky horizon, and we headed out to trick-or-treat. Chris was a vampire, Sammy was a werewolf, David was a zombie, and I was the clown from It. At the end of the night, some older kids in masks tried to steal our pillowcases full of candy. One of them had a hatchet, and its edge glittered in the suburban streetlight. We made eye contact with each other and silently nodded. When Chris gave the signal, each of us took off running in a different direction. We met up on my porch, panting, exhausted, and more than a little spooked. We just wanted to get inside, lock the door, and scare ourselves silly with movies that didn't feel quite as frightening as a real teenager with a real axe. I almost didn't notice the little gift bag tied with orange and black ribbon that sat on our doorstep. I picked it up, curious. I was still holding it when we stepped inside and were confronted by my angry mother. "Do you four have any idea what time it is?" she huffed. "Candy on the counter, now!" We all made a big show of moaning, but the truth was, we were all happy to be in a bright, warm house with adults around. That little one, too. I'd almost forgotten about what I was holding. I dumped the contents onto the table. 5 pieces of candy in plain black wrappers, a toy of a hooded figure holding a bloody butcher's knife, an antique watch stopped at 1:13 a.m., and a Viewmaster plastic binoculars with click-to-view slides within. My mother carefully examined each piece of candy to ensure that it was factory-wrapped and free of needle jabs. "Can we have our candy back, please?" I groaned. "Nope," my father winked, as he passed by on his well-traveled route from his office to his armchair, "because I'm going to eat it all." He snagged one of the strange black candies, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. He didn't make it 5 steps before the wrapper fell from his hands. My father grasped his throat as his face turned purple. "Honey? Honey, you all right?" My mother sprung to her feet as horrified choking sounds gurgled up my father's throat. As my mother reached him, the noises stopped. "Yep, it's definitely poison," my father laughed. My mother punched him in the arm. He was still snickering when he walked upstairs. Before long, my parents were completing their nighttime rituals while Chris, Sammy, David, and I rode a sugar high. My friends never got tired of bad movies and cheesy special effects, but I soon left the blue glow of the screen behind to wander through the dark and silent house, not exactly sure what I was looking for. I stepped on the wrapper my father had dropped earlier. The outside was completely black, but the foil inside featured a single printed word. Am. I shrugged and
Opened another piece of candy as I fiddled with the knife-wielding toy figure. This wrapper said, "Get." Were they supposed to make a word if I put them together? Get-am? Or am-get? Didn't make any sense. I went back to the basement where my friends laughed in beanbag chairs and tossed popcorn at each other. They yelled at me when I turned on the table lamp, but I was focused. I put my eyes up to the Viewmaster lenses. Spookomatic, read the first slide. A cute white ghost cartoon floated between the words. Click. A cornfield surrounded by forest. Blackbirds peck at a scarecrow hanging from a lonely post. The scarecrow is backlit by a cloudy sky, but its stitched-together gray skin looks incredibly lifelike. Click. An abandoned farmhouse in a rain-soaked field. The broken doorway is like an empty mouth, and the smears of mud on the porch suggest that several heavy things have recently been drugged inside. Click. Some candlelit pumpkins on a porch. I get a strange feeling that I've seen these carven faces before. The street in the background seems familiar as well. Click. A loud crash interrupted my viewing. Sammy was wrestling with Chris, who was bragging that he knew an inescapable wrestling hold. David booed and threw popcorn, while I warned them to keep the noise down. Giggling at our own pathetic efforts to be quiet, we pushed the furniture up against the walls, tried to pin each other with moves we'd seen on TV, until we were sweaty, exhausted, and mad at each other. Still not ready for sleep, we put A Nightmare on Elm Street on in the background and prepared for a serious game of Truth or Dare. The gallons of Mountain Dew we'd been drinking had their predictable effect, and soon enough, Chris was scrambling upstairs to use the bathroom. On his way back down, he grabbed us each a few handfuls of candy. I noticed he was chomping on one of the strange black toffees. "What's the line inside the wrapper?" He frowned. "Huh?" Chris picked up the scoop-o-matic and gasped. "Dude, it's your house!" I grappled the device away from Chris. He wasn't kidding. The most recent slide looked like a blurry photo of my family home. Maybe taken from the woods in the backyard. The tiny black figures inside the twilight windows could easily have been my parents and I just a few days earlier. The others pushed and shoved to get a look as well, and accidentally clicked forward. A boy sleeps. A dimly lit second-story bedroom. I recognized the Terminator poster on the wall, the model planes hanging from the ceiling, and the books scattered on the old school desk because the room is mine. And the boy is me. I hurled the spook-o-matic at the wall as though it might bite me. David, who hadn't been paying much attention to the commotion we were making, cleared his throat. Guys? He held up the black toffee wrapper. Ready was written on the silver foil. I rifled through the pile of candy until I found the final black toffee and tore it open. Coming, it read. Heart pounding, I put the wrappers in order and discovered that Chris's line was really an I. Get ready, they whispered aloud. I am coming. Ooh, spooky, David rolled his eyes. I mean, I guess it's a good prank, though. The watch. I shook Sammy. What time did it say on the watch? Sammy couldn't remember. The clock read 1:11 a.m. I was hurrying to the kitchen to find the last piece of the puzzle when I heard movement on the back porch. I pressed my back against the couch and tried to stop my heavy breathing. Something scraped against the glass door. I kicked on the patio light. Bathing the porch in white radiance, the hooded figure in the pale mannequin mask was identical to the tiny toy sitting on the counter. 1:13, read the watch, and the digital clock on the microwave. The figure outside cocked its head at me, then grabbed a brick and smashed through the glass door. I ran downstairs screaming. I heard commotion in my parents' room, but I wasn't even thinking about them. My animal brain screamed only two messages: run and hide. Upstairs, I heard the sound of our family's treasured possessions being thrown, hacked apart and shattered. Adult footsteps charging down the stairs as my friends scrambled to disappear behind doors or under furniture. It was pathetic. In the cramped basement, there was nowhere to hide. The hooded masked figure kicked the TV screen, plunged the room into darkness. As we choked back tears and held our breath, we could feel the figure stalking around the room, throwing furniture and laughing, laughing. That laughter in the dark continued until police sirens sounded in the distance, and my father finally kicked down the door to the basement, which the intruder had propped shut using a chair. Slash marks covered the walls and furniture, shattered dishware and picture frames covered the floor. The intruder escaped through an unused air vent at the back of our basement crawl space. The police later said that our attacker might have come and gone from the house any number of times before via the same route. Somehow, however, my family and friends were alive, unharmed. Physically, anyway. Psychologically. Some of us for life. I normally don't try to dredge up these memories from the past, but it's hard not to fear for my own children around Halloween. This year, they finally twisted my arm. I let them go trick-or-treating. I insisted that their mother go with them, armed, and that they were in public, so I'm not too concerned about that part of the evening. What bothers me is a little bag I found on my porch, tied with a black and orange ribbon. I've just finished opening it, unwrapping the black toffees inside and laying out their message. Ready for round 2? So recently my friend Jen has been staying with me overnight. Her mom works a double shift and dad isn't in the picture, so Jen texted me one night out of insomnia and asked if she could come over. But once I got approval from my folks, we've been spending almost every night up talking and getting to know each other all over again. It feels like ages since we hung out, really, thanks to lockdown and virtual school and all that. Anyway, since it's spooky season, Jen suggested that we start watching scary stuff every night. We're both into that jump scare crap, and I figured, what the hell, you know? We didn't really have much else to do. A few nights ago, we watched John Carpenter's The Thing. Not the new one, the original. And it got us feeling nostalgic about other stuff that we grew up on that we weren't, as scared of anymore. Or that still scared us. The Old Nightmare on Elm Street was so cheesy. That movie hasn't aged well, she said. Well, Chucky used to give me nightmares, I offered, giggling at the silliness of a possessed doll, only because I used to be obsessed with dolls. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? I told her. Jen laughed back and answered, "It's not that bad. I mean, I used to think Mr. Bad Bones was pretty freaky." I wiped away a tear from my last laugh and mumbled, "Mr. who? Bad Bones? What kind of fucky name is that?" Jen rolled her eyes and said, "From that show, Halloweentime." And now I was sure she was pulling my leg. It didn't sound familiar at all. She got a stern face and remarked, "Don't tell me you've never heard of it." Nope. But then my folks sheltered me a lot. No R-rated stuff. They were super helicopter parents, I remarked. Jen shook her head and went to grab her phone. No, this was a Saturday morning cartoon. Came out in the 90s, always came on usually after Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or Pokemon. It was Channel 46, she said, and scrolled through her photos. "Here's a drawing I did of him once," she said, pausing on the picture and showing it to me. Mr. Bad Bones lived up to his name. In Jen's drawing, he was a tall, lanky, humanoid-looking skeletal figure with 4 spidery arms and backwards legs like a bird. His face was a mixture between a human skull and what looked like an ox, I think. And his entire body, if you could call it that since all you could see were his bones, were painted the darkest black I'd ever seen. Strangely enough, he didn't have eyes or a nose like a normal skull, just a misshapen mouth with incisors going through the back of his head. Like the teeth that gouged out his eyes or something. Freaky, I agreed, a bit surprised by how bizarre and hellish he looked. "And you said this was a Saturday morning cartoon?" I asked. "Yeah. I don't think it ran for very long, but it was so memorable. There were these 2 little animated kids that always dressed up in costume in the show too. Jack and Jill, I think. Every week their costumes changed, and you never knew which one was which because you never saw their faces. They were supposed to teach kids about not being afraid, I think." She continued to tell me more about the show, and it sounded pretty cool to be honest, but also a little disturbing. One episode, their dog died, and they had to bury it. I remember that being super sad, but then they made a deal with Mr. Badbones, and it came back, she said, looking visibly frightened by the memory. I crossed my arms, and then reached over to grab my tablet. Okay, you're making this up. I think I would remember a show like that. I watched all the 90s cartoons, I said, going to YouTube and typing in Halloweentime. Like I suspected, nothing related to what Jen was talking about popped up. It wasn't a big deal like Transformers or something. Like I said, hardly anyone remembers it, Jen said, with a shrug as she scratched the back of her neck uncomfortably. Was she lying? Was she bothered by this? Something didn't feel right. Okay, sure. But Google isn't showing anything either. You're telling me you're the only person in the world who remembers this weird-ass show? I chuckled nervously and showed her my screen. Jen snatched the iPad from my hands, looking surprised by the fact that it wasn't there. Her face was a mix of confusion and what I thought was dread. At first, I thought she was pulling my leg. This is like one of those creepypastas, isn't it? You trying to scare me? I asked. No, this is real. I swear I watched the show when I was little, Jen said, scrolling through page after page of other options. But no show ever popped up. This doesn't make any sense, she admitted, as she frantically tried to find it. I could tell that Jen was bothered, or possibly even disturbed by all this. I mean, hey, what's wrong with you? I said, trying to take my phone back. Hey, I'm not making this up, she snapped. I never said you were. But this is going a little too far. Calm down. She looked up at me apologetically. Her eyes seemed desperate for answers, but I had no idea what was really bothering her about this. Hey, let's just play Xbox or something, I suggested. She agreed to it, thankfully, despite how tense she was, and I figured a good distraction to keep her mind off things. Finally, it was time to go to bed, and she hopped up to change. Sorry. About earlier, she said as she brushed her teeth. I shrugged. It's fine. I'm sure there's a logical explanation, and we can figure that out tomorrow, I told her. She nodded. We both got into our beds. But I couldn't sleep. Despite the fact that Jen had been calmed down, it still bothered me how serious she was taking this cartoon. Why was it she insisted it existed? And a part of me wondered if there might be any truth to her claims. Lost media was hard to come by, and if it really affected her so much she wanted to prove it, to the point of going a little stir-crazy, that made me wonder what was this show all about. So once she had gone to sleep, I slipped over to my laptop and did a Tor search. It would have a wider, deeper range than just the regular internet, I figured. I typed in the name Halloweentime and got nothing. Then I tried Mr. Badbones and brought up some rather strange, disgusting Rule 34 art that made me want to vomit. I think I almost shut the computer off. Then I noticed that the art was all done by the same person. And maybe whoever was doing this weird art knew something about the show. I figured reaching out to this perv was the worst idea imaginable. After all, the art looked like they were glorifying all kinds of lewd acts, along with making Mr. Badbones look like he was a demonic sadist. But I was also worried about Jen. I needed her to at least see that she wasn't crazy about the show, I thought. So I emailed them a quick little question about doing a commission for the artwork. Short and sweet. I used a burner account so that whoever the sicko was wouldn't come find me. I clicked send. I heard a little chime behind me. It made me freeze in my chair. I slowly turned around to where Jen was fast asleep and saw the notification on her phone. It was like a beacon in the midst of a foggy sea. Instinctively, I pulled her phone out of the plug and checked the notification. It was the email I just sent online. She was the artist. I felt internally sick as I slid open her phone using the passcode I had seen her do 1,000 times. Then I went to her photos. There was an entire album full of more drawings, some far, far worse than what I had seen online. I kept looking, seeing all the different dark ways she was obsessed with this character. I kept scrolling towards the bottom and saw Mr. Badbones performing gory murders, slaughters. The latest drawing was one from just a few days ago. The eponymous character was standing over a cartoonish corpse. One that looked a little like me. What do you think? I jumped and dropped the phone. Jen was staring at me. Her bloodshot eyes as creepy as could be. Those are those are some awesome sketches, Jen, I said nervously. I wasn't sure what she thought I'd seen. She picked up the phone slowly, still staring at me as she did. I just remembered something about this show, she muttered sleepily. I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles. What's that? The main characters all die in the end, she said nonchalantly. I swear, you couldn't hear a peep in that cold room as she closed up her phone. Maybe tomorrow we could try to watch an episode, she suggested. Sure. If we can find one, I said, not keeping my eyes off her. I'm sure we will, Jen said with a smirk and closed her eyes, back to sleep. That was a few hours ago. I'm pretty sure she's out for the night, but I'm extremely disturbed and scared by all of this. I don't want to think about the worst case scenario and believe that my friend might be a sociopath. And that's why I'm here, I guess. I'm scared out of my mind. I need some clarity about this fucking show. Was it real or not? Until I get some answers. I'm sleeping in the other room, with the door locked. Local clinic burns to the ground under mysterious circumstances. Miracle Clinic, a psychiatric unit just outside of town, was torched to the ground last night when one of the doctors set fire to themselves and to a mural in a patient's room, causing the east wing to go up in flames. When the first responders arrived and put the fire out, they took the doctor into custody, who insisted that he was trying to destroy the mural. He provided the following transcripts as the reason for his acts of arson. Patient file, RJ 47355. At approximately 3:30 this afternoon, the patient presented with symptoms of labored breathing, intense hallucinations, and severe self-inflicted injuries to the torso and legs. Patient was immediately given antibiotics and antipsychotics and placed in the behavioral unit until further diagnosis can be made. Note from Dr. Hanlon's journal, October 5th. I worked in behavioral and mental health for almost 30 years, so I feel like I've seen it all. That being said, I still want to treat every patient with the same care and respect that I would want if it was a member of my own family. I knew from the moment that the patient, henceforth referred to as Jane Doe until further notice, was troubled and experiencing severe PTSD based on what came with her. A police report that told a story of a massacre, one that she had survived. According to that report, Jane Doe was the sole survivor of a family of 4, with her sister and parents being brutally murdered. The official cause of death the medical examiner gave was decapitation. Police theorize that Jane Doe herself may in fact be responsible for these killings, seeing as there's no evidence of a break-in, nor anything found to suggest the family was a target. Once she recovered from the antipsychotics that we administered, I intended to have a full interview with her and discover as much of the truth as possible. October 6th. I wasn't able to speak to the patient yesterday. The medicine we gave her seems to have had a calming effect. When she woke up, nurses found that she had been scribbling on the wall, a variety of different caricatures, all of which seemed to focus on the holiday of Halloween. Interview with Jane Doe. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Gregory Hamlin. Can you tell me your name? Melody. Patient is fidgety and uncomfortable. Seems obsessed with continuing to draw. I couldn't help but notice the lovely artwork that you've been making. Can you tell me more about it? Patient's eyes appear bloodshot and dilating quickly as though experiencing hallucinations. Halloweentime. And what's that? Jack and Jill went up a hill to bury their dog, but didn't want him dead. So they made 2 more holes and went in the ground and stayed with him instead. Patient is singing this as she paces around the room, noticeably distracted by looking at 2 smaller cartoonish sketches in the wall, both of which were wearing ghost costumes. So, are those Jack and Jill? Can you tell me more about them? Dead now. Like all things should be. No need to be afraid. That's how we all are made. Again, the patient is acting erratically and starts to draw what looks like a large arching door. Melody, can you tell me more about this Halloween town? Time. It's just a show. Just to show that no one knows. But they will. They'll make the nightmare real. She's sketching faster now, looking noticeably exhausted and confused as though she isn't in control of her motions. What is that? What happened to your family? This seemed to disturb her even more. She paused, and she looked at me with troubled eyes. Dead now. All dead. Just like she said. All because of this! I had to call 2 orderlies in to sedate her. It took well over the recommended dosage to get her back to calm state, and after which we chose to have her strapped down and administer other tests. They also requested a blood sample to determine if she might be in our database. End of interview. October 6th, evening. Thanks to the sample I took, I had determined that the patient is a 17-year-old female from a local nearby community who was on her way to finishing up her school year earlier thanks to virtual classes. Nothing in the files from her high school or her PCP show any family history of mental illness. A review of her electronic devices was made by the police, however, and they found an unnamed file, which seems to solidify the theory that the patient harmed herself and the others of her family. Thanks to a colleague in the PD, it shows Melody and this other young girl both asleep in their room, both with the sound on. It sounds like one of them is singing, and reminds me of the strange jingle that Melody was humming to me as we talked. What's this all about? I decided to fast forward the video and see if anything happened. Around the midway mark, Melody is standing up, looking like she was in a daze of sleepwalking. It's difficult to see what is in her hand, but it looks like a pillow. To my shock and surprise, I watch as Melody smothers her friend to death. I could hear the screams as her friend writhed and tried to fight back, but this first girl was too strong. All the while, she kept singing that bizarre jingle over and over. Hey there, it's time for a scare. Won't you come with me today? Don't be afraid, we'll have a parade. All the livelong day. She said, over and over, as she held the pillow over her friend's face. Autopsy report confirms the girl died of asphyxiation. Then Melody turned around and went back to sleep as though nothing had happened at all. A few hours later in the video, she rose up again and began to scream bloody murder, shocked that her friend was dead. And then something turned the video off. I don't know for sure what, but it wasn't Melody. as she was too scared trying to resuscitate her friend. My initial thoughts in the video are that Melody entered into some type of hypnotic state that allowed her to act out on an impulsive behavior against her friend, and then later her parents. I have no idea what connection this has to her drawings, but I am insisting to the police that she remain here under observation until we can determine what is her current mental state. October 7th. Second interview with Melody Bradshaw. I'm sorry for the timing of this interview, but the police have asked that I ask some basic questions to determine your state of mind. Is that okay? Sure. Do you know where you are? Miracle Medical, I think. Yes, that's right. Do you know why you're here? Because of what I did. And what is that, Melody? Her lip twitched. Was it a smile or a quiver? Jennifer, she warned me, but I didn't understand. I still don't know what's happening, but this isn't just some kids' show. It's evil. It controls people. Melody stammered. She was looking towards the door she drew in her wall. It's a very wide, large arc door, similar to how many artists have depicted the gates of hell. I can't help but to be drawn to it as well, given how much time she spent on it. I'm further fascinated by her insistence that killing her family wasn't what she wanted to do. Jennifer told me that there was one more episode of Halloweentime. I just didn't know I would be a part of it, she said, looking down at her shaking hand. I tried to press her further about what role her friend had in this entire bizarre story, and instead found that she was returning to a catatonic state. Unfortunately, it isn't the first time that I've seen patients attempt to push responsibilities over to another party, especially to a victim. I have to take what Melody has told me with a grain of salt. Still, part of me is disturbed by the things that I have seen and heard. Melody was not deranged before the incident, and instances of sudden madness do not happen often in the general public. My buddy at the PD has also told me that they did a check of the other girl's belongings and found no evidence to suggest Melody's theory, one that Jennifer was the cause of her sudden obsession with a cartoon show, one that doesn't exist. I can't help but to draw comparisons to a case in the northwestern U.S., and I'm afraid that I have little choice but to believe Melody is doing the same and using an insanity argument to avoid jail time. I'll be finishing up my report and handing it over to the authorities in the morning. October 8th. Police officers arrived this morning and escorted Melody to a holding facility upstate. However, upon entering her cell, we've discovered that the patient is missing. Furthermore, we've had discovered that the video file of that evening had been thoroughly scrubbed. No evidence of a break-in can be determined, and no trace evidence can be found to see where she could have left the padded room. Police are continuing an ongoing investigation. Dr. Henlon's internal notes. I returned to the room to get a better look at the sketches. Call me crazy, and disturbed as well, but I feel convinced that something was different about them now that Melody had disappeared. And I was right. I could see now that the drawing of the door was changed, altered somehow to show it unhinged, and it had a forced perspective of a hallway drawn within the cracked open door. My mind felt like I was going insane as a part of me considering the possibilities that somehow Melody had slipped into the walls and escaped that way. I instructed nurses not to bother the room for 24 hours so that we could document every drawing and try to compare them to any possible cold cases in the Tri-County area. When I returned home that evening, I couldn't help but to notice that I had an email in my inbox, straight from the patient herself, or rather, from the mysterious Halloweentime that she claimed to have been so fond of. I'll try my best to dissect what the video shows, and then send the evidence to the police. I can't help but be mortified, though, that this may be a message from beyond the grave. Children frighten me, and that's actually a good thing. You know, the fact of the matter is, kids these days, no longer all right. There's something to be said about the sudden rise of specialists in the field of behavioral health in the age range of 5 to 10-year-olds. I mean, you may find it odd to discover that my job of choice is that of a guidance counselor, given what I just said. The reason for this is because I feel that even though the young mind is an enigma, it's pure, it's innocent. And that's all the more reason to help the young who have been particularly traumatized by the rage and darkness that haunts this world today. Beyond my general counseling, I also provide a service for the local DHS and Child Protective Services to help foster homes and shelters for wards of the state. Typically, there's only 3 reasons why a facility of this kind will call upon my services, and it's always because I'm their last resort. Number 1, a child has begun to act out violently and is in need of therapeutic treatment to alter the behavior. Number 2, a child's begun to act out in a manner non-typical of their age group or individual education plan. For example, a rambunctious child suddenly becomes silent, or a boisterous child choosing to remain calm. 3, child's experiencing psychological problems relating to physical activity such as wetting the bed, sweating profusely without explanation, or night terrors. So last Thursday, I was called in on a case involving Owl Creek RTC, where 8 of the children in Ward B exhibited all 3 of the symptoms, and apparently it had gotten so bad they needed outside help. For all intents and purposes, Owl Creek is a place that really shouldn't have existed. Before it became a private orphanage, it was a boarding school, and before that, it was a hospital for developmentally disabled youths. In other words, it was a place where society sent children they could no longer handle themselves. Long, perfectly trimmed hedges and iron gates barred the ground from the outside world. A perfect utopia for these children to experience life unfettered from the abuse that likely shackled them in their whole lives. Here they could be free. Or at least, that was what it was meant to do. I recognized that those same protections could be perceived as a way to keep them unaware of life beyond these walls. The building itself was made of brick, long wooden trussles between slanted long glass windows. In every sense of the word, it resembled a fossil, a relic from a bygone era, and as I got closer to the front steps, I could still see the long scorch marks that had stained the stones during a fire that had likely occurred before I was even born. The entryway spread open into a more inviting atmosphere, a mixture of old and new architecture distracting onlookers enough to make them feel comfortable. Besides myself and the front receptionist, the chamber was empty, void of any other warm welcome. Kenneth Avery, to see Headmaster Rachel Browning, I told the short-statured blonde sitting behind the desk. She adjusted her Bluetooth headset and held up a bony finger before typing something out on her screen, then turning her full attention to me. She took my name again, and then paged the person in charge before making idle small talk. "How do you do it?" she asked me. Do what? "You've seen some of the worst things happen to the most innocent. How in the world do you keep going when time after time you come face to face with such despicable evil?" I opened my mouth to respond, but before I did, one of the larger wooden frame doors slammed shut, and a slim middle-aged woman approached us to greet me. "Dr. Avery, I'm so glad you can come on such short notice," she said, a faint smile passing her face. She looked worried, and I detected a lack of sleep in her voice. "Please, I don't have that title anymore. Just call me Avery, or Kenneth," I insisted, as she guided me away from the conversational desk clerk. "Sorry. I'm just so glad that you made it here. All the nurses are at our wits' end, to say the least," she explained, as she seemed to pick up the pace in the twisting corridors. "I'd like, if possible, to review the child's cases before I began evaluations," I told her. "I don't think that would be beneficial in this setting," she said softly. as we turned across a long, open courtyard to the secondary building, Ward B. Did something happen? I said. You heard about the costumes, I assume? Yes, but I figured it was more than that. It's better if you come up with a fresh point of view, that's all, the headmaster answered. I couldn't argue with that logic, and there were too many times that a pre-existing opinion could stifle my observations. We made our way to the lounge where the nurses had gathered the 8 children for me to meet. All of them were different age, sex, and nationality. A regular bunch of kids, if I had ever seen one, playing with toys and puzzles as I entered the room. And also, all of them were wearing Halloween costumes. We've been trying to get them to cooperate to take them off, but... The nurse trailed off as they shuffled their feet towards me inquisitively. All of them stopped a few feet away and stared up at me in unison. Well, this is uncomfortable, I joked as the nurse shuffled past the group to greet us. Where did they get the costumes, anyway? That's the thing, we don't really know, she admitted weakly. That alone made me uneasy. Mr. Avery, we made accommodations for you to stay at the administration building. How many days do you expect to remain? She asked. As long as it takes, I said firmly, as I focused on the children. Something was very wrong here. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to begin watching them as a group before I begin individual sessions. The 2 women showed themselves out. The children were still staring at me. I knew better than to show them the behavior made me uneasy, so instead I slid a chair from the side of the room to the center of the circle. Once I had settled down, the 8 finally seemed to lose interest in me and return to their individual activities. Some were building with blocks, others gathering toys. All of it they were doing in complete silence. It was almost deafening how quiet it was. One boy, a 10-year-old, walked over to the arts and crafts and gathered some papers to begin to draw. I watched casually as he sketched out 8 stick figures in costumes, sitting around a circle, and decided this was my moment to insert myself into the conversation. That's very good. Can you draw me too? I asked, pointing towards the center of the blank page. You don't belong there. Halloweentime is just for us, the boy said simply, as instead he finished the 8 stick figures and had them holding hands like in a campfire circle. Really? Then, what are you drawing in the circle there? He started scribbling a man-like silhouette. Not saying a word, I watched as the drawing got larger and larger, and then he began to simply randomly scribble. Eventually he finished the main massive black blob and started scratching long etches towards each of the stick figures. They looked like tendrils. What is that? I asked casually as he finished the drawing. It didn't look friendly any longer. Mr. Badbones. He's just here with us always, the boy answered. One of the girls grabbed a hold of her knees and cried a little. Does this Mr. Badbones hurt you? Not all the time, the boy said, shaking his head. He looked like he wanted to cry. And when does it hurt you? It took Dr. Hanlon away. It'll take you away too, another girl whispered. I had read the report about my predecessor, but I still didn't understand how it could be connected to these children he hadn't practiced here in some time. How do you know about that? Asked the girl. It doesn't like you, the boy said. He kept scratching at the drawing, boring a hole into the paper. The girl kept rocking. She was mumbling something. Dead now, dead here. Time for all the dead to cheer. Dead now, dead here. Time for all the dead to cheer, she whispered, over and over. Did you come from here? Another girl added. She looked about 5. No, sweetie, it's just a show. I promise I can be your friend. I didn't understand the connection yet, but what they were doing frightened me. No, 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 she said as she started to pull her hair out. Then she kept repeating the song over and over. I just want to help. Another little boy with curly hair stood up and glared at me. You think we're lying? You think it's not real, just like the others? He shouted and accused. I'm here to help, I repeated. We don't want you here. Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away! He screamed as he started tossing toys at me. I stood up defensively and exited their circle, surprised that all of them showed the same anxious fear about my presence, like I was a threat. What had happened to them? I summoned the headmaster back and we discussed the procedures that I planned out for the week ahead. Where did this Halloweentime come from? I asked. They had seen on the news about their old counselor, Dr. Hanlon. It seems like it triggered something. That doesn't make sense. I did my research on the way over. What they're talking about, it doesn't exist. The headmaster bit her lip. I could tell she was holding something back. What haven't you mentioned? I asked coldly. I needed answers. Surprisingly, she gave them. They didn't want to tell you at first, but they all came from Asher Grove. I felt my mouth go dry. Suddenly, the trauma they had experienced made so much more sense. Asher Grove, if you're not familiar with it, is an unincorporated facility just west of here. It was meant to be a complex for a religious organization. In reality, it was a stronghold for a powerful cult. The things they did there, I couldn't even begin to describe. It also might explain some of their trauma, I thought, as I looked back in the room. The children were trying to hurt one another. Nurses rushed in to stop the violence, and I did my best to focus on the headmaster. When was this? About a year ago. Right around now. There are others we wanted to save, but circumstances didn't allow it, she explained softly. And you thought you could handle it yourself at first? They were never this way before. Just sort of spaced out. We thought they just needed time. Dr. Hanlon seemed to have a good grasp on them. And now he's likely in prison for attacking a mural, I muttered, shaking my head as I pondered over all these revelations. The children had stopped attacking one another thanks to the intervention of the nurses. Now they were all simply watching us like they wanted to be in our conversation. Some had scratch marks, or even one girl a bloody lip. Did they not recognize what they had done to themselves? Then they seemed to lose interest. The curly-haired boy that seemed against my arrival was beginning to play a game of Duck, Duck, Goose by using one of the toys as his instrument to pat his friend's head. It was a plastic toy used commonly for raking sand to improve motor skills. Then, as he finished the game and chose one of his friends, the curly-haired boy started to bash the toy against the other child's head. Good gracious, the other nurse exclaimed as she ran into the room and pulled him away. Curly Hair started to kick and scratch as she did. I watched for a short time and then turned my attention back to the headmaster trying to shake away the oddness of the whole situation. The boy that was bleeding from his forehead hadn't even cried. I moved into the room, staring at the boy in disbelief. His werewolf costume now covered in his friend's blood. What made you do that? I asked. Mr. Badbones, he whispered back. I felt a shudder as I realized these children seemed brainwashed. Then a nurse screamed, Emma? Where's Emma? We locked down the building and tried to find her. But the little girl had vanished. She went to Halloweentime, one of the girls told me as we gathered the others together. And how does one get there? I asked them. Asher's, a boy whispered. The others seemed frightened by the mention of the name. Later that night, I watched the children on camera get into their beds. They were zombies, or maybe puppets. And I knew that meant someone was pulling the strings. It was all starting to come together, but not quite cohesively yet. If I was going to discover dark secrets of Halloweentime, I had to find out what happened at Asher's Grove. I swallowed a gulp of air as I shuddered. Visiting a cult was not what I had in mind for a fall festival. While trying to control my younger siblings, I reached down and examined the large coat covered in fresh blood. Upon closer inspection, I realized that there were also pieces of bone sticking to it as though from a recent attack. It's also stuck in the jacket pocket a letter, torn and a bit faded, addressed to my mother. This is what it had to say. To whom it may concern, I, Kenneth Avery, being of sound mind and body, do hereby relinquish all assets and properties attained by me during my tenure at Asher's Grove, and wish to announce my intention to resign from my position as data associate effective immediately, 2 weeks from now. I would like to take this time to express my thanks to each and every individual that helped me grow and adjust to this field of study. While I understand that this is a decision that affects my previously agreed upon 2-year contract, I've reviewed my options and believe that a change in perspective is necessary for me to continue to grow as an individual. If I can be of any use to select my replacement, please be sure to contact me post-haste. And again, with best regards and sincerest apologies, Dr. Kenneth Avery. As soon as I finished reading it, I felt guilty for finding it a bit amusing. Although intended for my mother, I knew that no one in the vicinity of Asher Grove would ever bother to read such a letter. It didn't seem right, though, to simply ignore it. If no one came forward about this, I knew that it could lead to lingering doubt and uncertainty, a feeling of abandonment. It was a feeling we knew too well. I didn't care about what people at Asher Grove felt, that's for sure. But I'm sure that Kenneth had relatives and family that needed to know what happened to him. This pain of abandonment is what we had carried for almost 2 years now. And if you were to understand the story of Dr. Avery, then you must know ours as well. On October 30th, 2018, I returned home from school, an ordinary teenager. It was the last good day that I would ever have, so I remember each and every detail. It was sunny and warm, which was a tad unusual for that time of year. Typically, spring is still cold here in northern Idaho. Dad let me ride to school with 2 of my best friends, Todd and Brittany. Todd had just gotten his driver's permit, and his parents were rich enough to afford him a brand new ride. I could still see myself sticking my hand out the window of the Ford Fusion, letting the wind rush through my fingers. At school, I called Mom, asking for permission to take part in a local 4K color run that would be that Saturday. To my surprise, she said yes, and even suggested that Todd give me a ride to the fairgrounds. Even the bad parts of that day seemed to have some ray of happiness to them, like during music class when a snotty girl pushed me aside to get to the front seat, and I almost fell gracefully into the arms of the senior hunk. Dad came to pick me up on his way to work as usual, and though I didn't notice, looking back now I recognize that the car ride was unusually silent. I remember asking him what was for dinner, and he claimed that Mom would be buying us a pizza from a local place, Gertie's. When I got home, there was a few simple chores for me to do, and then I got permission to go over to my friend Jennifer's house. We laughed and fiddled with our hair and watched some scary cartoons like typical teenagers until Mom called to tell me that it was time to come home. I'd eaten dinner at Jen's, so I hadn't even noticed when I got home that she hadn't ordered the pizza. She asked me to give my little brother Tim a bath because Dad had a flat at work and she had to go pick him up. It was the last time that I ever saw either one of my parents. When I think about what happened after that moment and all the pain we went through, It makes what we saw that day on the side of the road seem almost tame in comparison. Losing our parents has been the hardest thing that we've ever experienced, but now seeing this strange note attached to the bloody jacket, it made it all come full circle. Asher's Grove was a place that had taken our parents away from us. It's a closed-off community not far from here, a cult that dedicated itself to reviving ancient pagan traditions relating to Halloween. Many people over the years have been allured by the mysterious parties they held every year at the end of October, and it entrapped our parents. Police have tried to get a warrant for the facility, but unfortunately the majority of the local police force seemed to be in the cult's pocket. Whatever had happened to our parents, they were officially declared missing that Halloween. I dialed 911 while Gabby climbed over my back time and time again, pretending that I was some sort of horse to be ridden. And finally, after the 10th climb, and listening to the most annoying elevator music ever, I found myself speaking to an older officer who called himself Sam. I briefly explained my reason for calling, and even apologized for delaying in making the call, all of which he understood. He paused for a second and said that he needed to go check something. And then, when he returned, he asked if I was serious. His tone had changed slightly, and I asked him, was something wrong? He told me that a body had been found and identified as that of Kenneth Avery. Then he bid me good day. I thought about the bloody jacket. Maybe he had tried to escape the cult. I mean, with Halloween right around the corner, perhaps he knew something sinister was about to occur. There was something odd about the way the letter was written, too. It didn't sound typical of a note to be given for severance. It was more like a will and testament. As though Dr. Avery had decided he was leaving and he knew he wasn't coming back. The cult saw to it that he couldn't live a life outside the facility. Was this the same fate that had taken our parents away? Tim and Gabby cried as we sat in the cold shelter, and I looked up more information about the upcoming Halloweentime event the cult had planned. They did it every year. They invited everyone in the area. Most were smart enough to ignore it because someone knew that most of these invites never returned. The cult either brainwashed or killed them. I was sure. But something told me that whatever Kenneth had discovered, it had something to do with this event. I looked up articles from a nearby RTC to see if there was anything there, and sure enough, found a missing person report filed by an attending only a week ago. I decided to reach out to them and explain the odd circumstances of how I'd come in contact with Kenneth. But their response was not one that I had anticipated. I've come to terms with what the children have done. I appreciate you being kind enough to explain one reason for this departure, even if it doesn't answer any of the others. Kenneth was a quiet man who said little but loved much, and I think that's what we miss most. With a kind heart like yours, I'm sure that you'll understand that now we simply want to be left alone. Don't bother to go find him or search for any answers on your own. All you'll find is evil in that place. I asked if she wanted to stay in touch, but she didn't see any reason for us to. Not over something like this. It could only make her hurt more. I understood her pain all too well, especially sitting there typing back a response as Gabby slept against my side, and Tim cried for another bottle. Although she didn't say it in so many words, I knew the reason for her reluctance to talk. It was a reluctance I shared too often with anyone who asked me about my own past. When he had left, he told no one. He simply did so, uncaring about the results of such a callous action, unconcerned with what he had left behind. Dr. Avery had abandoned everything, only concerned with his mission. Why then had he even bothered to write the letter? It felt so pointless, so futile, perhaps most irritating of all, so selfish. It felt like he was laughing at all of us, making the pain seep into our skin. Worst of all, it felt all too familiar. I kept the letter my mother had written for their departure to Asher's Grove. Trying to forget about it, but it's like an old wound that never healed. It won't heal. Even after I scrapped the note, the pain it gave me still remained. It was amazing how this man I had never met was having an impact on my thoughts. How much I related to this pain. Finally, I started to realize that I was emulating the feelings I felt for the letter itself. I was being pointless, futile, childish, no better than them. I wasn't going to get over this until I found out what happened to my parents or Dr. Avery at Asher's Grove. I looked down at my younger siblings and I ruffled their hair, knowing I couldn't just leave them here. I needed to forget about this and move on, and that's what I tried to do, but the cult had other plans. That night, early trick-or-treating was going on in our neighborhood, and Tim and Gabby and I had to take shelter somewhere else. The winds were cold as we walked empty streets, but cold wasn't what bothered me. It was the fact that as we moved out of the way of these costume kids, they were choosing to follow us. I tugged at Gabby and Tim and encouraged them to move faster. I looked back to see if we were still being followed. Then I was struck by something straight in front of me. I toppled over and looked up at the strangely dressed man. His costume was as dark as the night around us and resembled something I had seen in a distant dream.
You were never supposed to leave.
His voice rattled inside my brain. Then he grabbed the hold of my shirt and pulled Gabby towards him. I screamed and I tried to stop it from happening, but it was too late. He yanked her from my arms and I watched in shock as it seemed to absorb her into his costume. He grew larger as he grabbed a hold of Tim and did the same, and all I could do was stand there and shake helplessly as my two siblings were taken by this monster. Around me, the other costume children made a circle. I wondered if this was the same way that Dr. Avery had been killed when he tried to uncover the truth.
The children belong to me. It is nearly time. Nearly Halloween time.
The monster cackled. And I blacked out. The next thing I knew, I was over at the nearby Miracle Clinic being evaluated. Surprisingly, they didn't take my phone away, but it still doesn't make my fresh pain go away. The room I'm in is marred with strange art resembling this strange cartoon. How could something so fake feel so real? Did the cult do this, or was it from my own hand? The door opens and a man with a long white lab coat enters the room. He adjusts his glasses and looks at the cartoon, smiling softly before asking me a simple question. Are you ready to go back? Go back where? I asked with dry mouth. I noticed one of the drawings looks like Tim and Gabby running off towards a haunted house. Asher's Grove, the man whispers. That's where they are, he adds. I'm going to take his hand and meet my family again. I know this is fate. I ran for a whole year, but now Halloween can't be avoided any longer. They used a small VFD in the smack middle of nowhere. Gritty red bricks and slanted broken metal tiles gave it this certain aesthetic feeling of nostalgia mixed with neglect. There were 5 other cars parked outside when we arrived. I knew one of the others from school. One of them, Ken, I had talked to. He was pretty chill, and I figured I would just hang near him after my parents left. The 5 of us were standing there awkwardly for a moment, alone, and I almost considered making a run for it. They wouldn't know, I told myself, or might not even care. Each of us was told to bring a costume from home, something that represented the fear that we were trying to overcome. I had brought a skeleton one from an old cartoon that had once given me nightmares. Ken was wearing a lab coat, like he was a doctor. The 2 girls were both dressed as witches, twins, and I could hardly tell them apart. I'm Melody, and this is my friend Jen. Is this your first chance to experience Asher's Grove? The girl said with a giggle. Something about her laugh seemed off. Before I could answer, we heard a shuffling of feet from the front of the building. It sounded like a clicking noise, a clinking and clanky way of walking, and a moment later, I realized why. Our instructor was walking with a cane.
Welcome, children.
Our teacher said as they leaned against the cane and loomed over all of us. They were wearing what looked like a cape, a black cloak, and a glow-in-the-dark costume that resembled my own. It sent a shiver down my spine how sinister they appeared. It was all they said before promptly walking inside and turning on the lights in the facility. The five of us followed inside, and I looked around some of the workstations that were presented to us. For some odd reason, there were various embalmed animals lying on the floor, as though brought from a taxidermist office, and I immediately felt uneasy. It didn't look like it had anything to do with Halloween. What is this? I asked.
Your assignment for today,
the teacher said simply. The instructor offered us tools, what appeared to be surgical instruments of some kind, and then explained,
in the real world, the first lesson you must learn is that life is not fair. These poor creatures had their lives snuffed out from them. They didn't have a choice on how they would die, and ultimately, neither do you.
Jennifer laughed. Are you fucking serious?
You're meant to be molded by society, whether you like it or not. You have roles to play, whether as a doctor, a psychiatrist, or even two young twins. These are roles you can't escape simply because you want to, the older man said. He turned towards us and smiled grimly as he took one of the animals and began to change its shape as though it were merely clay. You're feeling confused. You're asking yourself, why are you here? If any of this is even real, the teacher said softly as they walked to the door and locked it. The fact is that each choice that you made has consequences, and those should also be clear to you. What we present to you in this program is for you to realize what choices are the best ones to make. The ones that led you here.
All right, I'll bite. What does the dissecting dead animals thing have to do with troubles that we have at home or school? What do you mean, led you here? Our parents brought us, dipshit, Ken said.
This is more than just make-believe. Halloween is real. The program is meant to reshape your entire process of how you think. Accept that your life can be shaped the way it's meant to be. And you will see that the impossibilities are endless.
The teacher reassured us. But it didn't sound that way at all. He was saying one thing, but I could tell that he meant something else entirely. The instructor moved to the back of the room and took a seat while the five of us that remained tried to decide what to do. I looked down at the sculpture, feeling a faint memory prick under my skin. Was he saying that we had all been here before? I told my mom this was a stupid idea. You'll build character, she said. Dumb shit. Ken lamented as he sat down at the table. This was good enough for me. I knew that while the program was voluntary, the teacher likely would give a report to both the school and to my parents. As odd as this task was for us, I didn't see much harm in it, so I took some of the instruments and got to work. An hour passed by, and then 2. It was time for my parents to come back and get me. As the clock hand drifted towards the next half hour, I decided to bring up the issue with our teacher. Excuse me, I don't mean to be rude, but shouldn't you call our parents? I asked. The elderly man leaned forward. He was looking amused.
And why would I do that?
He asked. Ken, Melody, and Greg were taking notes of our conversation now because of his strange response. It's getting late, Ken said as though it were obvious. In fact, I could already see some of the sensors going on outside the small building. It was very dark. I had hoped to go trick-or-treating. You won't be going home. You can call them if you like, if they still remember you, he sneered. Melody slipped out her smartphone and gave a ring to her mom. Hey, where are you? The next few seconds, I watched as her face went from one of puzzlement to disbelief. What the hell? What do you mean you don't know who this is? Mom, this isn't funny, she said as she walked about the room. I was busy finishing my dissection as the instructor stopped by to give it a look. You should stop. You're only ruining the work, he corrected me. Then he coughed to get everyone's attention as Melody paced the room. You should know that everything is as it should be. There's no need for concern or alarm. You'll be staying here. I've made arrangements for you to sleep in the cots in the attic, and tomorrow we'll be checking out the forest for more samples. What? We can't stay here. Ken was dumbfounded. I think you'll find that you can. And that you will, the old man responded. I heard a low rumble of thunder and frowned in desperation. There's a storm rolling in. Maybe the roads are closed, and that's why our folks couldn't get here, I guessed. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was all I could offer. In reality, it felt as though something beyond our control was happening. And I thought I heard the old man snicker in delight as Jen and Melody began to whimper. Good night, my children. He went to a stairwell, and we watched as he descended towards the basement. Finally alone, Melody made a bold accusation. Is this guy trying to freak us out or something? I mean, it is Halloween. Maybe this was part of overcoming our fears. It's probably part of this program. It's whatever. I'm sure our folks probably are laughing their heads off, probably right now, about all of this. I mean, I swear, when I get home in the morning, I'm going to make their lives hell. Jen promised. I could tell she was trying to sound confident when none of us really knew for sure what was going on, especially as the hours started to tick by. The dark of the night loomed over Asher's Grove, and we felt trapped. Maybe we actually were. The storm raged louder that night, and on until daybreak. Somewhere amid the crashes and the cold, I heard Melody whispering to herself. Dead. Now. Dead here. Now we all have reason to cheer. Was she going insane? I looked down at her bed in frozen place. It looked like she was starting to fade away. Her eyes bulged open and we locked eyes with one another. Don't be afraid. We'll be together soon. And then she was gone. I clung to my bed and tried to calm down. This had to be a bad dream. By morning, I thought things would definitely make more sense. 6 o'clock, and we were awoken to the soft clanging of metal against wood. Our instructor was making a racket to get us up. We're going for a walk, he told all of us, and then led the way. But I wasn't moving until I knew what happened to Melody. Where is she? I demanded. The old man looked even more like his costume, like it was sticking to his skin. Her story is over now, was all he replied. Weirder still, the others didn't seem to care. The air was still damp, and he pointed towards the nearby bay where the fire trucks normally parked. My children, you'll find some baskets in here and a wheelbarrow. You'll need them for the task at hand, he said. He kept walking, fully expecting us to comply. I turned to Jen and tried to get her attention. Hey, aren't you worried about her? She's your friend. Jen, however, seemed to be in a daze. What am I supposed to do? Ken helped me with the wheelbarrow. The ground was a bit muddy to push it. Felt like carrying a ton of bricks for half a mile. We strayed from the roads and into the menagerie of forest that thickened around the east. A gentle fog was rolling across our feet as the instructor told us where to start to pick up lumber. Nature has a way of putting us in our place. We have so much to learn from them. If only we listened to the silence of their suffering, he said as we set back about our task. Nature doesn't ask where it should be planted, or if it's meant to be. It simply accepts the circumstances and survives. Nature always thrives in any environment, any condition. There are no mistakes in nature. Greg was wandering a bit from the group. I was about to call him back when I heard the scream. Dropping the basket, I ran to his aid. Then I saw what caused his outburst. There, in the ravine below, Jen was sprawled out. Dead. And bruised from some vicious attack. Our teacher slowly walked over to see what the fuss was about, and Greg pulled out his phone, struggling to get a signal. No damn reception out here, he muttered. Are the bears around here? Ken asked nervously. We have to do something, I insisted as I moved the wheelbarrow. Halloweentime is here. All the stories are being told, the instructor said mystically as Ken and I lifted Jen up into the wheelbarrow. This was her time, he added in a stronger tone. Like hell it was. She didn't know that she'd get mauled by a mountain lion, Ken muttered. None of us know where fate will take us. Nature took its course with her. What do you think it tells you that you feel inclined to do something with her now, after the fact? The teacher asked. I have a sense of decency, Ken spat back, and then helped us to push the wheelbarrow back to VFD. I still can't get a signal, Greg lamented as we walked. I could feel the old man's eyes watching us as we pushed her corpse away from the woods. He was judging our actions. When I looked back again, Greg was gone. And in his place, a wooden effigy. Ken, we have to get out of here. A few hours later, we were confirmed. The phone lines were down. The storm had knocked them out, and the VFD was running on an auxiliary generator. Our teacher returned shortly afterward, bringing a few knives and other instruments before remarking, You two will be next. It can't be a story until all the characters play their part. Kenny's mouth was agape. What is wrong with you? Right, this isn't a game. All our friends are dying. Our instructor went to his workspace and began to sharpen his blade. As he closed the door, I heard something move inside. The hell was that? I asked. And then, did you know that in the old days, when one of the tribe got sick, the others would offer it as a sacrifice to the gods to appease them? They felt that the weak only destabilized the structure of the entire group. So they sought balance. They sought to control a situation by appeasing a force beyond their control. Ken slammed his fist down and glared at him. Don't talk in riddles. What the hell does that mean for us? Why are we still here? The instructor turned to us and I felt my stomach hollow as I realized he had been using his knife to carve at his mouth. He looked exactly like the dark demon from my dreams, like the cartoon I had tried to forget. You never left, my children, he cackled as he towered over us. I felt like I could cry, a sickening feeling twisting in my stomach as he took the blade and then slammed it straight into Ken's body. I was numb to the fact that he too was now fading. My children, once you learn that everything in this world has its place to what is and is not possible, you will see that you have the capability of fulfilling any dream you have ever had. Your future is going to begin right here, and you will be responsible for it. Together, we will make it possible. Together, we are Halloweentime. I stared back at him and I felt my body go numb. He was expecting me to blindly obey.
This is where we all began, and where it all ends. There is no escape. It was only here, and now,
the monster said. The world around seemed to melt and conform into abstract shapes. I knew he was preparing to kill me too, make me a part of this twisted story, the one that he had designed. But no, something inside me chose to fight. I grabbed the small knife he had used to dissect the animals. I raced towards him, listening as he cackled madly. The room kept melting and I kept screaming, and I wasn't going to let my story end here. I closed my eyes and I kept stabbing. Until the laughter stopped. And then I opened them and I realized I was alone. The faculty was gone, my friends, and the instructors too. I was alone. I walked for miles down a deserted road until I found a rest stop, and then I made a call. Getting the police to come pick me up, I just wanted to go home, but they insisted on asking questions. I told them about Asher's Grove and the strange Halloweentime show that apparently my instructor had tried to bring to life. They didn't ask questions, they just listened. And when it was over and done, they went to talk to each other for a moment, and I knew what they must be thinking. I'm crazy. And maybe I am. I don't know anymore. A moment later, they told me what I was anticipating, or at least I thought they would. Do you remember how you got to this grove? They asked. No, my parents, I think. We've been checking our database. There's no record of you or any of your friends or even Asher Grove. I felt numb again as I looked at the data myself. How could that be? How could it all cease to exist? They let me go and I thanked them for listening, but I felt even more lost than before. All that was left to remember any of this by was a notebook filled with memories. The only thing from the grove that hadn't faded away. Inside there were cartoonish drawings, showing my friends, all of them playing happily in costume. And the final page had a message. Join us next time for an exciting episode of your own, it said. And I thought about it, maybe next year I would do just that. After all, if I'm not meant to be real, if we're all part of this evil, it's better if I fade away, right? All I ask for anyone still paying attention, stop watching. Halloweentime is over. For now.
If you're in San Antonio, Texas during the month of October, I really want to see you. So much so that I'm doing two, count them two, that's one and then another, live Creepypasta reading at La Tida in San Antonio, Texas. If you want to find out more about that or figure out where La Tida is, take a look at the description down below. I have a link over to La Tida, which features, tea and eccentricities. During the month of October, I will be there October 11th and the 25th. And starting from the 25th, I'm also helping them put together a little haunted attraction or something of the sort at the tea shop. So, check it out if you're in the area. And if you're not in the area, then go to the area. San Antonio, Texas, October 11th and 25th. Also, I want to give a huge thank you to everybody on this list of Patreons. Some of these amazing folks are Diana Kraus, AcidSystem, Blake Rattler, Brandon Mendoza, Brenna, Caltuna, ChicagoHitman, CoryxKenshin, CrusaderChocobo, Dakota Best, Daniel Poulsen, Dante Kinkade, Enchanted Buns, Estebean, Hades' Nephew, Himbo Jerry, Our Minute Seconds Time, Ingegerd Salstrom, Jay Kearns, Jadis Pet, McMog, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Psychomel, Plant Piz, Red Shadow Cat, Remember the Sun, Salty Surprise, Samara Lynn, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sullyman, Tolly Sue, Team Leo 76, The Demented Voice in Your Head, The Chavez Brothers, The Ginger Bros, Tommy Walters, Viceroy Scorn, William Wellington, Your Bro Keegan, Zabub, and Shadow Gardens. A huge thank you to you guys, everybody who shows up in the description down below, and as always, folks, sweet dreams.